Obviously, I want to make sure that we're being nice and clear, nice and honest about that. We have already seen this, but so I am going to request no spoilers, of course, right? Not interested in talking about really what happens on SmackDown. I don't mind speculating for those that don't know, but I know there are people in the chat that have been at work all day that have tried to avoid SmackDown, and they are obviously going to want to be free from spoilers. So I'm going to make that request that we don't. One of the requests that we don't actually spoil anything, right? So I am, looking forward to watching this again, and looking forward to putting some final touches in place for Crown Jewel. Crown Jewel, of course, is quite early tomorrow. It's going to be starting 8 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be starting 1 p.m. UK time. So I'm looking forward to that show. I think they've built it quite well. I said before, the only show that I am or the only match that I'm not that excited for is the women's match. That's the only one that I'm not so bothered by. The hell's this? I'm getting all confused because I've got a slightly weird thing for the preview. Let's go over to the preview. What's this play button? I don't want to press this play button in case something plays. Normally it just says like preview, but at the moment it's got like should I press it? I feel like this is some sort of weird Uncle Howdy stuff. I've never seen this icon here before. What does it? That's all it does. Just takes me to the normal preview. How does that make any sense? What the hell does that mean? Normally it says preview, and normally it has something else here. But instead it's just got this play button, which was all a bit Howdy-esque. But there we go. It's brought us to the place that we wanted to get to anyway. So, that was confusing me a little bit. I was like, do I press it? Do I not press it? If I press it and something plays, am I going to run a risk of copyright? Okay, so on the show, Cody Rhodes takes to the mic ahead of Crown Jewel Showdown against Seth Rollins. Wyatt 6 are going to be taking on the Street Profits Tag Team Championship match. Tiffany and Stephanie are going to clash with Julia and Kiana. Damian Priest is going to take on Aleister Black in the Last Man Standing match. Sami Zayn is going to do his open challenge. So, that's what we've got on SmackDown. Again, not interested in spoilers. If you've seen the show or you've seen spoilers, let's not talk about those. Not interested in talking about those. Want to make sure that we are staying spoiler-free for the people that have yet to have seen the show. And there is so much news that has dropped today. I feel like there is so much stuff for us to talk about. So, all this stuff to do with Survivor Series has come through. Rumors on the teams, word on when we're going to see Brock next, word on when we're going to see Austin Theory next, word on what's happening with Drew and Jacob, word on what we're doing with John Cena at Survivor Series. I mean, there has been an absolute flipping tidal wave of news. Honestly, it's been a while since I can remember this sheer amount of just news that came out. I think it all came out of the Observer. The Wrestling Observer, after SmackDown ended, I think must have dropped. Or, I don't know. I mean, all of a sudden there was just all this information that came out. So, yeah, lots for us to talk about. We don't need to talk about what goes down on SmackDown. But, it's honestly looks to be a good show. I'm not going to tell you if it was a good show, but it looks to be a good show. Right, Joel said Hogan wins the world title from Cody. Double J gets the IC championship. Well, Joel, maybe in an AI world that can happen, but sadly, in the real world, it's not one that I'm expecting. James said, Daze, my friend, hello again. Hello. I hope you are well. I did do a video earlier, obviously, for the talking points. I really tried to make it spoiler-free in the title and the thumbnail. I didn't even do a thumbnail. I just let it run with the thumbnail that auto-generated. So I haven't done like a nice thumbnail for it. I haven't put anything in the title for it. So I did put that video up because, well, to be honest, it would save me a job now. It would save me from having to do it now. So it means I can just quickly get to doing Unseen. And so my plan is, as soon as this ends, I want to get to Unseen. I've managed to get caught up with my notifications. I've got all the news that's dropped, which, I mean, is just so much. It's going to be a meaty Unseen as a result. But as we said, we can get stuck into bits and bobs as we kind of talk now. Are you looking forward to Crown Jewel tomorrow, says Connor? Yes, of course, absolutely. Connor said, have you heard that AJ is listed for the War Games match? Yes. As well as Lash Legend. AJ is planned to be in the team with Rhea, Alexa, Io, and Charlotte. Yes. So, I mean, AJ Lee being in the War Games feels like a talking point, but I think it makes sense because we've said that we can't rush her back. A lot of people wanted her to go after Becky's Intercontinental, but the question that I had was, can she do that? She's been away for 10 years. She's had injury. She's not been wrestling. So you kind of look at it and go, mate, honestly, I'm really not sure about her having a singles match. So for me, yeah, not something that I thought they would do. I think you need to get her into tag matches, mixed tag matches, War Games type matches. The thing about War Games is that it's meant to be brutal, but because there's so many people, you can actually protect her quite well. For example, she can be the last person to enter the match. So, you know, by that point, a good 20-odd minutes or half of the match will have gone. So then she can enter the match and be the last. I would expect her to come in last rather than first. So, you know, you can protect her that way. Then when she's in, you can tell everyone backstage, you do not do this with AJ Lee. You know, we've still got concerns around her neck. You know, so, I mean, she can be fighting with someone. I mean, she's shown that she can, you know, get in there with Becky when we did that mixed tag match. So, you know, it's not like she's made of glass. But you can say to people, don't go walloping around the neck with a kendo stick, right? And, of course, people will be like, yep, got you, right? So if everyone knows I don't hit, you know, AJ Lee around the neck with a kendo stick, they might say, look, you can work the legs. You can hit around the legs. Hit her with a kendo stick or throw a trash can to her midsection, but nothing upstairs, right? And so, again, if everyone's got that message, yeah, mistakes happen. We just have to obviously do the best we can to make sure they don't. So have a go in late. Let everyone know you don't do these things to AJ Lee backstage. And then naturally, you know, someone gets kendo stick, starts walloping AJ with it around the midsection. You're going to be like, damn, mate, they're not taking it easy on AJ. But it's like, they are, because they've been told, don't, you know, leave the neck alone. And so, you know, hitting around the midsection, absolutely fine. It's going to hurt, but absolutely fine. So the point is that having her in matches like this makes sense to me, even if it is something like a War Games, because you can kind of protect her. She doesn't have to carry the weight of the workload, and she can get out there in front of the fans and, you know, give her like a couple of moments, and lovely, lovely, lovely. And obviously, you know, it's a few more reps. It's a bit more of a workout. It's a bit more of her being introduced to the fan base. I mean, it just ticks a lot of boxes. So AJ makes a lot of sense to me as to why she would be in this match. I think it's singles matches we're trying to get her to. I'm not sure we do that until 2026. So good. Lash Legend, I feel, is, yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't want to say ready to come up, but you know, I think Liv Morgan really was not ready to come up. I think Liv Morgan has still had a lot of learning to do when they brought her up with the Riot squads. I think that I feel more confident with where Lash Legend is now than where Liv Morgan was when she got brought up. So WWE have shown that they're not that bothered about you being, you know, this well-rounded, knowing everything kind of performer by the time they call you up. They just have to see the potential in you. And then they're quite happy to work with you on the main roster like they did with Liv for years. For years, she was mid, right? And actually, it was a bit of a problem because when she was improving and getting better, people still looked at her as being mid. It's hard to shake that label once you've got that label. And really, it was the turn that did it. It was her turning heel, and everything's like clicking, and her having some great matches then, and having this, you know, attitude that just kind of fit and worked. I think Liv as a heel is just perfect, absolutely perfect. It's just worked so well for her. But when she came up, she was not good. You can go back to those early main roster matches, and they're slow. And, you know, she just doesn't have, like, the biggest moveset in the world. You can tell she's a bit, like, uncomfortable. Feels a bit like, you know, a fish out of water. She just didn't seem ready, is the way that I would word it. So I look at someone like Lash Legend, and I feel a lot more confident that she, you know, will be in a better place than that. So I ain't down on her coming up, yeah. So women's team looks pretty good, doesn't it? It looks pretty good. Trini said, I miss Liv. She was so much more dynamic as the top blonde. She was excellent. That heel turn just completely revolutionized her, I think, in many people's eyes. I think she had a little bit in ring, definitely. You know, she was certainly not awful in ring when she was a babyface towards, you know, before she got injured. She had improved. As I said, it was hard to shake that label of her being a bit mid, because I think she'd been mid for a few years. So it was hard to kind of shake that label. But WWE saw that she was a good-looking girl. She was determined. They saw that she was a good prospect. And so, boom, you know, they invested, brought her up. And, wow, it paid dividends, didn't it? Because, I mean, she's one of the biggest female stars now. I mean, yeah, she just clicked. It just worked. So a lot of people are waiting for her to return. And I want to see her have some really good creative. I really want to see her. I mean, like, her and Rhea was fantastic. I don't really feel like we followed that up with anything that exciting. So I wanted to come back and be scheming again. I wanted to come back and do another revenge type tour, you know. Maybe a program of her and Roxanne could be good. Don't know. I mean, what if she joins up with Roxanne? What if she joins up with Roxanne and turns on Raquel? Perhaps it's time for Raquel to kind of do something different. That could be interesting. I like Roxanne as a heel. I like Liv as a heel. Actually, the swerve could be she comes back and blames Raquel for replacing her so quickly. You were meant to be my friend, and you're out here just with someone else. You didn't call, you didn't write, all this kind of stuff. And maybe she goes off on Raquel. Because I think Raquel is someone that I look at as still being a big prospect. She's got a great size. You know, she is someone that was a women's champion in NXT. So the company definitely likes her. I think that, you know, anyone that's that big and has got that kind of height and has been on the main roster for a few years, that WWE are just seemingly looking for the right presentation. It's a little bit like Liv, really. I mean, Liv was a good-looking girl. She was on the main roster for a few years, but it didn't click. And I feel like with Raquel, it feels a little similar. She has been on the main roster. You know, she's a big, tall girl, so she's got a presence, but there's an aura that's missing. Something's missing. The presentation isn't right. You know, it's like she needs to go on her own revenge tour. So maybe if Liv turned on Raquel, Roxanne had to make a choice. Do I side with Raquel or do I side with Liv? And she chooses to side with Liv. Then, you know, you could do something quite interesting there. So, yeah, that's obviously one for the future, though. So, yeah, that women's team looks to be quite interesting. Quite excited about Lash being involved. Some new blood again. Let's go. Long Beach Hippie said, Hog Wrestling is having an awesome event. Cardona against Killer Cross should be great. It's the best event for this company in a long time. Check it out, says Long Beach Hippie. It's probably going to be on at the same time as Summit, though, isn't it? Because it's a big weekend for wrestling. So we've got Smackdown. Obviously, a lot of people in America haven't seen it yet because of it being taped. Tomorrow is going to be Crown Jewel. Although saying that, if they're going to be running tomorrow night, there's probably a gap, isn't there? Because Crown Jewel's on quite early. But then on Sunday, it's Bound for Glory. On Monday, it's Raw. So, you know, it never ends, does it? Blooming hell. Pack Attack said, it's funny you should say that. I did a custom show match on my channel, and I had Roxanne coming out with Liv. Oh, really? That's interesting. I think that, in a way, it makes sense in my head because Liv definitely is better as a heel. I mean, if you remember her as a babyface compared to how got over she got as a heel, like, to me, Liv is just a natural born heel. So I like her work as a heel. I don't find myself rooting for her. I don't feel sympathy for her. So for me, like, I think as a heel, she works best. In regards to Roxanne, I feel the same, actually. But I don't know. I'd be down for seeing Roxanne as a face. My frustration with Roxanne as a face was that she kept going on about how this was her dream and all that sort of stuff. And I don't really watch wrestling for people that are living their dreams. I watch wrestling, as I said. We had a good conversation earlier, actually, about how wrestling in the 80s, like an early 90s, it kind of felt like the wrestlers were larger than life. They felt like they were superhumans. You know, I'm so used to wrestling being about Macho Man and the Ultimate Warrior and being about these people that just, you know, they're big, they're jacked, they just feel like they come from another planet. They're just, you know, gods amongst men. They're like superheroes that have jumped off the page. And so for me, with her, like, showing pictures of her meeting wrestlers and stuff like that, you go, okay, that's great. But I want to see a superstar. I want to see, like, someone that's a wrestler. I want to see someone that's here to blow my mind. I want to see someone that's here that's going to do stuff I've not seen before. Like, to me, I know that there's going to be people out there that connect with that living the dream story. But for me, I'm not really here for that. Like, that's lovely. I'm pleased for you, but that's it. Do you know what I mean? You can tell it me once, and I'll be like, oh, that's lovely. Well done. But I don't need to hear it on a regular basis. And I felt it became kind of like a big part of her babyface character. They would talk about it quite a bit. This is my concern, actually, when that Izzy girl, you know, the one that was around 10 years ago, my concern is that when she gets to, like, WWE, because she's very committed, my concern is they're going to keep banging on about the fact that she was the girl that was crying in the crowd. Now, of course, you've got to mention that. I'm not saying you don't mention it. What I'm saying is, yeah, talk about it, mention it, right? But can we not make that her identity? I don't want that to be all she is. Like, who is she? Like, who has she become? I don't really think it's, like, fair to bang on about that as if it's the kind of only reason why she would be in NXT. I mean, she's a young lady that's putting the work in right now. And, you know, she's been the Mission Pro Wrestling Women's Champion. She's, you know, constantly at the gym. She's constantly, I see bits and bobs in my feeds. I don't really follow her, to be honest, but I know that she wants to be a wrestler and is a wrestler. And, you know, I've got no doubt her dream is to get to NXT. And if she achieves that, it's obviously going to be a lovely moment. Everyone's going to talk about how she was the girl that Sasha made cry. That's fine, okay? I mean, of course you've got to mention it. I don't want to get it twisted. Of course you have to mention it. But I just don't want it to be something that we bang on about all the time. I'm here to watch superstars. I'm here to watch people that can do amazing things in the ring. You know, I'm here to watch people like Javon, Gunther, Sami, that are here to put on banging matches. I'm here for those people. So, you know, I think Roxanne just talking about how she, you know, loved wrestling and it's always been a dream. You go, okay. But then after a while, you're like, okay, can we please not just, you know, can we move on? Can we put her into a story? Can we do something, please? And I just found that a barrier with her when she was a babyface. And then as soon as they turned her heel and she stopped doing that and she just became like quite arrogant and everything, she became a star. She became a star. And for me, she leveled up as a result. I think she always had the wrestling, but everything else just kind of clicked. She started to, you know, not talk about meeting stars, but actually she became a star. And yeah, for me, she has worked better as a heel. But I don't know now on the main roster, if you was to turn her back to being a babyface, I don't know how they would present her as a babyface. So if you turn her back to being a babyface now, they might have something good for her to do, and it could work with her being a babyface. So, yeah, for me, Roxanne staying heel would probably be my preference, but they might be able to get a good babyface out of her. Liv staying heel would be my preference, but I think Raquel is the one I'd be most interested in playing around with. I feel like Raquel needs that work. She needs that investment. I'd be really interested to know if we did switch her back to babyface, what that would look like. So, well, there we go. That was a bit of a walk, wasn't it? Alana O'Connor and Chatru. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Hello, hello, hello. Right, Mr. Unfamiliar said Tony tried to get the state of Texas to sign an NDA to stop them from releasing the real attendance numbers of AEW All In, and they said no. Hannah said, Daze, I'm glad you are doing this stream. I've had a sad day. I think it's heartbreaking when our favourite wrestlers are near to hanging it up. Who would you say has had the best send-off tour? Well, Ric Flair, obviously. I mean, the Ric Flair story was great because it wasn't just the last match, was it? It was a case of Vince saying, you know, you're old, you're done. So when you lose your next match, it's over. So we actually had Rick going up against quite a few different people as he approached the end of his run. And it was all about if you lose that match. I mean, when he went into that match with Shawn, everyone sort of knew this was going to be the end. I mean, you didn't need to be a genius to know that Rick was going to retire at WrestleMania, right? But they hadn't outright said that was his last match. Because the deal was that you retire when you lose your next match. You know, your next loss will be your last match. And everyone knew that against Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania, that was going to be it. So, you know, he's coming down with all the fireworks, tears in his eyes, family are in tears at ringside. You know, there wasn't much confidence, was there, from his family? Really, his family at ringside should have been like, come on, you can do it. Come on, Rick. This doesn't have to be the end, Rick. It doesn't have to end here. Right? But they weren't. Instead, they were just like, it's over. It's like, wow, there's a confidence for you, you know? Imagine if Rick went over and went, I can win this, you know. I could still win. They're like, you can't. Oh, God, it's over. Yeah, I mean, it's the greatest. It's the greatest. It's the greatest by a mile. I mean, I don't even think there's anything close. There's a lot of wrestlers where their last matches, I mean, I think Hogan's last match was like a house show or something for TNA, which they didn't even know it would be his last match at that time. And that's the great Hulk Hogan, you know? Kurt Angle against Baron Corbin. Triple H's last match. I think it's Randy Orton, isn't it? Doesn't he have like a bit of a thing on Raw during the Thunderdome where he faces Randy, but it was more of a fight, really. It wasn't really a match. And then, of course, because of his heart issue, bang, he's done. Undertaker did get the Boneyard, though. Boneyard was pretty good. But, I mean, we didn't know that would be his last match, but the way it was shot and the way that he drove off, everyone was like, is that it? Is that it? And then, of course, like with the documentary coming out, him talking about constantly searching for a match that would be good enough to end on and then feeling like he found it. You kind of go, Yeah, well, there we go. Yeah, it was. So, yeah, there was a lot of wrestlers where their last matches just suck, honestly. And even Ric Flair, I mean, honestly, Ric Flair carried on, didn't he? But I believe that was his last match in WWE. And to me, because I don't watch TNA, because I haven't been watching TNA my life, that is still his last match in my book. I know that he does carry on for the money in TNA, but mate, that send-off at WrestleMania, that to me is still his last match. I ain't counting that. Do you remember we did a watch-along for his last match? Ric Flair's last match was him and Andrade against Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett. And the dude passes out like twice. And he's like literally out on the edge. I mean, like, it is. I think it is the worst match. Oh, is it? I don't know. I was just about to say, I think it's the worst match I've ever done a watch along for. And then I had to stop myself because I was like, I don't know, man. There's, we did do things like Shane McMahon at WrestleMania when he did his quads. I mean, that was technically a match. I love that thing. That's one of my favourite ever moments. I flipping love that. When Snoop Dogg punches The Miz. 38, I think that was WrestleMania. I love that. Flipping love. Put that in my vein. Put it straight into my veins. I flipping love that. So, but I don't know. I mean, that actual final Ric Flair match is definitely in contention. WrestleLandy said, did you see the Martin Luther King joining NWO? It was better than Cena's heel turn. Yeah, I did. I've seen quite a few of those AI ones, and, I don't know. They are what they are. I feel like I've seen them now. There's become so much of it that I said earlier, it's become slop. And actually, I think this is where we might get a bit of saving grace. And what I mean by that is that there is a big concern I've got about AI, and obviously we've been talking a lot about that concern in recent streams. But I just think that it's so easy to generate, and it's so quick to generate, because it's just text. You type it, it makes it, right? That there's nothing stopping the market from just getting flooded. And the market getting flooded is going to mean that you're not going to really connect with anything, right? And so that is going to be interesting, isn't it? It's going to be interesting with the market getting flooded to see if anything really catches fire. I'm not sure that it will. I'm not sure that anything can really stand out if there's like 10,000 different flipping clips doing the round. So the fact it's so easy to generate, the fact that you can flood the market with it, that says to me that, we are potentially going to not find it easy to replace WWE, or not as easy as we feared. Daze, why is WWE going to strengthen SmackDown Creative with more people, but it's got 9 people on the team already? I haven't seen that they're adding more people. I don't know specifically what they are doing. I mean, I don't know what the shake-up is going to be. I don't know if anyone's getting let go. I don't know if they are just going to add to the team, make it bigger. I mean, they're going to do what they think is right. I'm not worried about the specifics because I'm not in the room. So it's impossible for me to know if the workload is too much for the team they've got. I don't know. I mean, if they think that's part of the problem, the shows are undercooked because they just don't have enough time to cook them. The shows are safe and comfortable because they just haven't got the time to actually explore some opportunities. Maybe the solution is to add a few more people. I mean, we're a long way away from Vince and Pat Patterson and, people like that sitting at Vince's pool writing the shows, because back then the roster was a lot smaller and the shows were much shorter. Whereas now, you've got a lot more characters, you've got bigger rosters, more championships, more moving parts, longer shows. So there's, I can understand them needing to have a team rather than just a couple of people. If you're telling me there's already 9 on that team, that would strike me as enough to write, SmackDown, but it's up to them, innit? I mean, I can't comment because I don't know what they think the problem is. So we'll have to see as to what the results are. To be honest, I don't care. If they could have a team of 50, don't make no difference to me. They could have a team of 50 as long as the SmackDowns that we get on a regular basis are really good. As long as we get the result we're looking for, have as many flipping creative people as you want. I'm not bothered. So, yeah, I don't know exactly what they're doing, and that's a hard conversation to have because I have no knowledge of who does what in creative. I have no knowledge of, where the problem actually is. I know that I have knowledge of what I'm watching on TV and what I think they need to improve, but I don't have knowledge as to who's responsible for that. Is it just someone that's dropping the ball? Is it that they just don't have enough time? Is it that they're not approaching the shows the correct way? Is it that I don't know, have they got someone in charge of tag teams, someone in charge of the women, someone in charge of the guys, maybe someone in charge of the main event scene, someone in charge of the mid-card? I mean, if you was to just do that, tag teams, top-end women, main card women, top-end men, main card men, tag teams, women, men. If you was just to do that, you'd have 5 people on that alone, just looking at the top ends. Then you're going to need someone to kind of bring that together. That would take you to 6. If you need a couple of assistants, that could get you to 8. So just a couple of people to maybe do the admin, maybe go and get the coffees, things like that. And take paperwork between different people, maybe sit in and provide some ideas or whatever it might be. I mean, that would get you to about 8. I don't even know that it's structured that way, but it would make sense that you'd have some sort of structure, So, yeah, hard one to comment on because the visibility we have of the creative room is very limited. We only had a glimpse in WWE Unreal. Outside of that, we never get to see or venture in there. Connor said apparently there is a men's war games. Yeah, Roman, Punk, Jay, Jacob, one of LA Knight or Jimmy. Yeah, that feels pretty to be expected, doesn't it? I didn't really see much in the way of a surprise there. The surprise was Vision, Brock, and Austin Theory. So Austin Theory was the surprise on the other sides. Austin Theory was the surprise. So, yeah, I think that was interesting. So it looks like Theory's going to come back, and it looks like he's going to come back as a heel. So that I thought was very interesting. I don't really have any thoughts on that. Personally, I'd rather him be a face than a heel. I don't really get the logic. I don't really understand. I mean, we was a bit worried about Theory, but at least now we know that he's penciled in to be in Survivor Series, so that's good news. So yeah, that I'd say was the talking point coming out of that news. I think the rest of it was pretty much to be expected. Nightbird said, does it feel weird streaming the same show twice? No, not really. We've done it before quite a bit this year. Whenever it's live in the UK or Europe, and then it airs later on USA, then we do it twice. So, no, it doesn't feel weird anymore. I think it might have the first time we did it, but no, I'm just really used to it now. So, and I think it's something that's going to happen on a pretty regular basis, to be honest, because we know that globally they're trying to expand. We know that they're going to be going around the world, going to different places. So, yeah, to me, this is just pretty standard, pretty normal. Right. Daze, TNA NXT partnership has been great for exposure, brand awareness. If they can land a TV deal, is there a strong enough following where 200, 300,000 going from 30 million homes on Access to 73 million in CW? Well, that's them to decide, isn't it? That's for them to decide. I mean, if they're going to sit down and have negotiations, whoever they're negotiating with is going to know the numbers, and so they're going to know what to expect. I mean, what wasn't it like? SmackDown did 1 million the other week, and that still put them 4th. So I don't know that the competition on TV is all that strong. You know, I think that the vast majority of shows are in the hundreds of thousands range. I would imagine if you're going to get, say, 400,000 or something, I mean, if TNA is doing, I don't even know what it's doing, you're telling me 200 to 300. Well, if it goes to a different platform that's nearly double the size, let's say it starts doing 450, 500, right? Just because you double the amount of homes it's going in doesn't mean you're going to double the views. So let's take a conservative approach, and let's say that they start doing 450 to 500,000. Well, that to me would put it like level with AEW at the moment. I mean, AEW is doing 400,000 range because this week they moved to Tuesday. They did 300,000. So it's hard, isn't it? Because I don't know exactly what numbers they're going to be delivering. I don't have that data in front of me. So without that information, without really digging into it, without comparing it to other similar things and seeing where the market is, looking at what this means with the new Nielsen ratings, blah, 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 how could you come up with any sort of educated answer? So the only answer I can provide is that the people negotiating are going to do that work. They're going to put a price that they think is fair. TNA are going to have to make a decision as to whether they want to accept that. And if they do, then they'll be on a big network or a bigger network. And, you know, that should be great exposure for them. Whether they can get the money they're looking for, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the networks will sign and pay for the product they are anticipating receiving. And if that product's going to be a 400,000 view product, they'll pay accordingly. They won't pay big bucks, will they? Not going to pay 300, 400 million a year for something that's going to do like 400,000. So, you know, that's the kind of money that's reserved for if you get in the millions. You know, that's why SmackDown gets the money that it gets. This is why Raw gets the money that it gets. So, you know, they'll get paid accordingly. So, yeah, I mean, to me, I don't think it's any different than a lot of other shows that are out there. I think there's quite a few shows that get ratings around that range. So, you know, they'll know how much they're paying for similar size shows. And so that's all part of the negotiation. It's currently about 70 to 120 on Access. So that's 30 million. So I'm projecting it'll do 200, 300. Oh, I thought you meant it was doing 200, 300 now. Carlos is hoping for like 10 to 15 million. NXT does 25. Well, let's see. Let's see. So if you're saying it'll do 200 to 300s, then, you know, I think it's right that he's got a number in mind. Obviously, you know, whatever network he's negotiating with is going to have a number in mind as well. And so it's just part of negotiating, isn't it? Daze, would you say the Triple H era being good has not lasted long? Last year we did big numbers and Attitude Era was good for the entire 4 years. I thought maybe this would last 4 years. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I sort of feel that this year has been flatter. But as we said earlier, there are still things that were not bad about this year. I don't think people are looking to repeat how mid the Raws and the Smackdowns have been. I think people are definitely looking for improvements there, and we just spoke about how they're shaking up the creative teams. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and criticize that decision. I think that's what they need to do. So shaking up the creative teams gives me a lot of encouragement, and I think that's obviously a good thing that should be applauded. In regards to what do I think about his era, I think it's very early to tell, to be honest. I mean, I don't know that we should compare it to the Attitude Era. I don't think that we should compare it to arguably the hottest WWE ever was. I don't feel like that's fair. I mean, if you want to be fairer, then we need to have a conversation about, I mean, when did he take over? 2022. So he's had it for about, 3 years. So would a fairer conversation be Vince taking over the company from his dad's in, when was it, like 83, 80, I think it was like end of 80, it was around 83. And so, that would take us to about 86. So it'd be comparing to what Vince has done between 83, 84, 85, 86. I mean, if you actually zoom out, right? If you actually don't just focus as intensely as what I think some wrestling fans can, comparing this period that Triple H has took over to the hottest period WWE ever was, if you actually zoom out and think, right, Vince took over in the early 80s. He had a good, obviously, few years of building, and then it all led to WrestleMania 1. But if you think about WrestleMania 2, that was quite mid. WrestleMania 2 was not a great WrestleMania. I don't think it's looked back on with much fondness. That's when they tried to run in 3 different cities. And, it was a bit too overambitious and it didn't work, right? Thankfully, he got back on track with WrestleMania 3, but I don't know. I can look at early Vince and I can point to, 86 being an okay year, but not a year that I think the WrestleMania massively delivered. It was just a pretty standard year. It was just another year of Hulkamania. And so, if you look at that, and then, we're talking about 84, 85, 86. I mean, how far away are we from 98, 99, 2000? We are a long way away. We have to go through some real lows before we get to that. 95 with the new generation is regarded as a real low, Vince getting done by the government for steroids and the whole steroid trial in the early 90s. All of that, Vince has got to go through. And so for me, I think if we are going to compare this period to WWE's hottest periods, that feels a little bit unfair, because if you do that, then yeah, I would say this feels like we've kind of ended that a bit quickly. But if you compare this to when Vince took over in the early 80s and you take that period, well, I think this period compares very favorably. I mean, obviously, it started in a very different place. When Vince took over, it was just a regional promotion, whereas when Triple H took over, it was a global brand. So, I mean, you're not comparing apples with apples. But, that is what's going to make comparisons very difficult. Because equally, you can't get away with doing the stuff you could do in the Attitude Era now. If you did, you would lose some of your sponsorships. You would lose some of your younger audience. So, Triple H could bring back the Attitude Era and drive a lot of things away. You might bring in some people, but honestly, are those the people we want to bring in? Do you want to bring in lads and people like that? Do you want to treat the women as just like sex objects again? Things to look at. I mean, women's wrestling in the Attitude Era was rubbish. And, it's just loads of bikinis and, it was just, everything was turned up, wasn't it? It was like a flipping lads magazine. You had the attractive girls, you had the absolute outlandish storylines, just like crazy stuff like Katie Vick and Val Venus having his pee-pee chopped off and, do you know what I mean? Boss Man, flipping Al Snow and dogs being eaten and let me know. I mean, Triple H couldn't do that now. You wouldn't be able to keep your sponsors that you've got, and you certainly wouldn't be able to have the kids around. And we know that kids is a big driver for the business right now. So I think it's really difficult to compare this era to previous eras. I think it's hard to compare it because the company's completely different. The time period we're in is completely different. The things that we can do are a bit more limited now than when it was the Attitude Era. And I mean, look, they just went to flipping Netflix. Everyone was celebrating about the fact that we were going to be doing a TV-14 product, and they won't even let them swear. They have to bleep out the swearing. You don't even get bad language. So it's it's hard to compare, is my honest answer. So what I would say is, rather than, I think, looking at this as being the new Attitude Era and mourning the fact that it might have already ended, is it not more constructive to zoom out a little bit, look at how long Vince was in charge for, see that there was peaks and troughs, and be optimistic that we've got enough talent around and that they are making creative changes where we might go on another run now for 3 years. You know, this might not be the end of it might not be mid forever now. It might be a case that we've had a little dip following a Bloodline story that really worked, and, you know, we might be on the verge of something really good again now. Equally, we might go into a period of it being mid for a while. It's impossible to know because, you know, the story of wrestling is always being written, and you never know what that next chapter is going to be. The only thing I can say with confidence is that wrestling will be amazing in the future, and it will also be awful in the future, because wrestling has good and bad. It has highs and lows, and wrestling history shows us that. You know, you can look at where we've been and use that as an indicator as to, you know, what the future's going to look like. And to me, that says there's going to be hot periods, followed by cool periods, followed by hot periods, followed by cool periods. We just don't know how long the hot and the cool period's going to last for. So it's good. It's a good question. I like the question. But I do think that we can get a bit carried away with the doom and the gloom. I don't think we necessarily need to. Like, panic. I think we can have a little bit of optimism that the good times will be back. And as I keep saying, I do genuinely really like where we are right now. I do genuinely really like the stuff we're doing at the moment. I think it's genuinely really good. I think I'm starting to see some flickers of optimism return, and it's good. I like seeing people being optimistic. I think we are doing some good work at the moment with Asuka and Roman and Jay, Bailey and Sami's open challenge, and, you know, it looks like Theory's going to be coming back, which obviously I'm interested to see how he's going to be presented. Looks like Lash Legend may get called up. AJ Lee came back this year as well, which, you know, is one of my favorite post-pandemic moments is AJ Lee's return, which happened this year. So, we are still getting some good things as well. And, you know, we turned John Cena heel. I know the run that followed was mid, but I think the heel turn was well received. I did have to sit here and listen to people telling me it was the greatest heel turn of all time, right? So I'm not willing now to let people forget that they said that to me. So, there's that. There was AJ Lee's return, which was amazing. Loved it. Love AJ Lee. Love the fact that she's back. Evolution 2, I thought was a really great show. EO has just had an amazing 2025. I mean, her against Rhea at Evolution, genuinely, with Naomi cashing in, might be one of the best women's matches I've ever seen in WWE. Start of the year with Cody and Kevin at the Rumble, Kevin and Sami at Elimination Chamber. Both of those matches banged. SmackDown Tag Division's been cooking this year. 2 TLC matches that were very well received. Gunther, CM Punk, really well received. Main eventing. SummerSlam with the Seth cash-in and the way that Seth kind of played that situation. That was very good. And as we said, now we've got Roman back to doing Roman things, bloodline things. We got Asuka and Kyrie. You know, we've got the Sami Open challenges. Like, I can find stuff about this year that's been good. But unfortunately, the vast majority of the rest of it has been a bit mid and has been a sea of just mediocrity. And that has kind of really left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. So I'm not here to defend, WWE and make out this has been an amazing year. But equally, I will stand up and say that this has not been a dumpster fire. And I think that there has been enough in this year that hopefully has kept people engaged and has kind of, you know, and there'll be other things. There'll be things you enjoyed that I was not as keen about, right? Because we all have differing opinions. But, and as I said before, I mean, we've still got John Cena's final match, which is going to be another monster moment this year. So actually, for moments, there's, you know, several that I think they've given us this year. Cena heel turn, AJ Lee return, Cena's final match. I mean, those alone are pretty big. Pretty big in the grand scheme of things. Vincent Hogan made wrestling. Then the NWO got hot, said Carlos. But Vince and Stone Cold destroyed them. Triple H is good, but he's not great. Brock is great. Let's see how he's booked. And let's see if Brock's daughter wants in, says Carlos. Calvin said, Daze, I hate the fact WWE considering keeping Theory a heel when the fans want a face turn. It's like our voices don't matter, and it's the same with Lash. Well, to be honest, I think that WWE tend to do what they think is right. The other thing as well is there are so many opinions that what voices are they meant to listen to? I mean, you can go online and see Cody sucks. He shouldn't be champ. And then you can also see Cody's the best. I love what he does with Make-A-Wish and love him finishing his story. I, you know, just wish he had a better creative, right? So, I mean, you got dueling opinions. There isn't one voice on these subjects. There's all these different voices. So, WWE, by and large, don't listen. And the other thing you've got as well is that the IWC is small. The IWC is just a percentage, and we've had that conversation before. I don't know the percentage, but I don't know, 10%, 15%, 20%. I don't think it's any more than that. I can tell you from experience, I used to watch wrestling. I used to watch WWE, and that was it. I did not watch any YouTubers, influencers. I did not read The Observer. I was not going online and seeing what Sean Ross Sapp was saying. I didn't even know Sean Ross Sapp existed. You know, it was a show that I had watched my life that I watched with other shows. I mean, I enjoyed the wrestling and I followed the wrestling and I would have chats with people at work sometimes about the wrestling, and that was it. And I think that there is a lot of people that do that. I think there's a lot of people that treat it like they do The Walking Dead or Game of Thrones or... I mean, think of all the TV shows. I support Man United, but I have no idea what is being said about Man United online other than what the newspapers report. So, you know, if the newspapers are saying Man United's interested in a new player, I'll be aware of that. But I'm not aware of the opinions of, I don't know, influencers or anything. I'm not aware as to what they're saying. I don't seek that out. So it becomes very difficult to know what voice are they meant to listen to. Because if you're talking about the IWC, if you're talking about the fans online, that's only a small percentage of the global fan base. I mean, first of all, think about this. You're online chatting away in English. Think about all those people that follow WWE that speak Spanish. What's being said there? What's their opinions? What are their voices? Think about the fans that speak Japanese. Think about all those French fans that are speaking French. You know, all of a sudden when you think about it that way and you start to think, oh, I'm only seeing the English conversations. I'm only really seeing what, say, the UK and, you know, Canada, America. I'm only really seeing what those people are saying. I don't really know what the French are saying. I don't really know what the Italians are saying. I don't really know what Japan is saying. I don't know what Brazil is saying. I don't know what Mexico is saying. I don't know. Spanish is one of the world's most spoken languages. So what are the Spanish saying? Well, I mean, like, what is Mexico saying? What's their opinion? So when we talk about why don't they listen to the fans, what fans? Which fans? What fans? What opinions? Whose opinion rules as number one? Whose opinion should be listened to? And to be honest, there is so much that you can sort of understand them going, that's a lot of noise with a lot of differing opinions. So what do we think is best for us? And I do get frustrated that they don't listen to majority more, but I don't know quite how they would get to that. I mean, for example, I would not have turned John Cena heel, right? You know that. If you've watched the channel, you know that. I said it before, I said it during, I said it after, I've said it pretty consistently, right? I wouldn't have done it. And I had good reasons as to why I wouldn't have done it, because I think anyone buying a ticket this year wanted to say thank you to John, and they wanted to go and see him and cheer him, and, you know, like, he's helped so many people. Think of all the Make-A-Wishes. Think of all the parents that are now grateful. Think of all the people that fell in love with wrestling because of John and then maybe stepped away, but, you know, they still love John, follow his movies and whatever. I mean, he has just touched so many people that I could understand if they're coming to a town near you and John's on that show, people going, do you know what, I haven't been to the wrestling for a while, but I'd love to see John one last time. And so you buy a ticket to see John Cena and cheer and have a good time. This is so not the year to bring him out as Moody McGrew. This is so not the year to bring him out looking all sad and glum. This was so not the year to be doing that. Not when he's on a goodbye farewell tour, right? And the truth is they did it because it's now or never. I mean, you either do it now or you don't do it, right? So they decided to do it. And again, this is one we've spoken about. I wouldn't have done it. I don't know what the majority said on that. I have no idea as to did people were saying they loved it. People were saying it was amazing. Some people were saying you shouldn't have done it. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know what voice WWE is meant to be listening to. I don't know where this loud voice is meant to come from. There are some exceptions to that when you have movements like We Want Cody, yeah? That was kind of, I would say, the fan base getting their voices together and actually making a statement and WWE hearing it, right? But then you look at We Want Cross, which was another movement, which I felt was quite loud. And that movement just, didn't land, right? That movement didn't work. So I don't know why. Obviously, that whole situation is strange. But, I think if we want to complain about them not listening to the fans, my pushback would be, what fans? There's so many different opinions. There's so many different platforms. There's so many different people speaking different languages. They're such a global brand. What voices? What fans? Where are the fans speaking as one? But then I can point to things like We Want Cody, We Want Cross. They listened to We Want Cody. They seemingly didn't listen to We Want Cross. And I don't know the answer to that. That still remains a mystery to me. So I think, look, if the fan base wants to start flipping getting united and loud, then okay. Start doing that. Start uniting behind something. Start making your voices heard. Otherwise, it's just noise that cancels each other out. Miss Dal Jr. said, what are the predictions for Crown Jewel? I won't be there because it's so early. I live in Georgia. It starts at 8 a.m. That's not early. 8 a.m. Come on. You got to be up by then, surely. Anyway, let's hope it's a great PLE, said Mr. Dell Jr. Yeah, I did my predictions videos on the channel. My thoughts haven't really changed. In fact, they haven't changed. In regards to Roman, that's the only match I didn't predict because it hadn't been announced. I think they go Roman. I would like for Bronson to win because I think Bronson needs building, and I think we do have a big aura problem. I think for some reason we keep messing up the aura of certain prospects. Like Gunther tapping at WrestleMania was a setback. There's no two ways about that. You chose on the biggest stage possible to not only have Gunther lose, which I understand has to happen sometimes, but not only did you choose to do it on the biggest stage, you had him look like an idiot. You had him tap. You made him look weak. When you're meant to build aura, when you're meant to make someone bigger and better for the future, why would you do that to them on a stage that big? That doesn't make sense to me. That does not make sense. I know there can be answers that come back, like, because we wanted the fans to chant "You tapped out." We wanted Gunther to be annoyed because we wanted to set him up with Pat, because you might remember the match after was him against Pat. And, you know, my pushback to that would be, but you've caused more harm. You've damaged his aura. You've made him look like a joke. You've made him look weak. He tapped. Why could you not have just had him pass out? Why could the chant not have been "You passed out"? Why did it have to be that he chose to quit? I mean, I point to that as being an obvious example as to where they've dropped the ball on aura. And the thing with Gunther is, you know, you can work hard and you can help get it back, right? Get back the aura. But saying that, you then had him lose at SummerSlam as well to CM Punk, which is okay, because at least he didn't flip and tap that time. But still, that's the two biggest shows of the year. You've had your big monster heel lose. I mean, you couldn't do that with Andre the Giant back in the day and still expect Andre the Giant to have his aura, you know? Don't forget, when Andre faced Hogan, they billed it that he had not been beaten in 15 years. He hadn't even been slammed. So, I mean, they did the exact opposite with Andre. They worked hard to actually make him seem like this monster, whereas with Gunther, you've now had him lose twice on the two biggest stages, one of which times he taps out. So I look at that and I'm like, mate, why do they just keep botching this? So for me, like, Roman has had his run. The run that Roman will be remembered for, the work that Roman will be remembered for, I feel like he's done it. I feel like that bloodline story from like 2020 to 2024, you could even say it snuck into 2025 when he faced Solo at the Netflix premiere, or at WrestleMania when Heyman left him. You could make the argument that it kind of, that's where it ends, right? I think Heyman leaving at WrestleMania feels like a good end, actually, because I feel like the moment his bloodline story started is that moment where the camera pans over backstage to show that he is now with Paul Heyman. I feel like that is the start of the bloodline story. So Heyman betraying him and leaving him at WrestleMania this year feels like probably the natural end to the bloodline story. So 2020 to 2020, early 2025, I think that run is what he gets remembered for. So I know that you can say we shouldn't mess around with Roman's aura, but his aura is pretty much safe now. Roman Reigns is one of the greatest of all time. He's one of the biggest stars of all time. And for me, he can give a bit back. It's a bit like how John went on a period of losing to, like, Austin Theory, Roman Reigns. Like, we would see John pop up once a year and he would largely lose because his career was pretty much done. And I think with Roman, he's still got more to give. But by and large, I think someone like Bronson Reed, someone that clearly we're quite high on, we believe in, that's someone that I think Roman should lose to. Unless you have him beat Bronson and then lose to Braun because you want to build up Braun. I mean, but don't just have Roman beat both of those. So, yeah, I mean, I think they do go Roman. I think they can't help themselves. OTC Roman is so popular that, you know, it's going to be hard for them to give him a loss. But for the good of the future of the company, we need to give some heels some clean wins. This is Bronson in a street fight in Australia, where he's from. That to me should mean that any difference in ability gets a lot closer. So, yeah, I would love for Bronson to win, make a statement, and show that he is a problem. He is a threat. If he can beat Roman, he can beat anyone. So I'd love for Bronson to win, but I don't think he's going to. I think they go with Roman. But, yeah, there's the prediction videos up on the channel. Rent-free says, Daze, I've got a conspiracy theory. Do you think it's possible that AI could be used to create fake news and is viewed on the mainstream media, creating fake stories for the public? Yes. Yeah, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I think it's a genuine concern. Keegan said, I had a good baseball season. I'm undefeated for 2 seasons now. I am just waiting for basketball, says Keegan. Trini, hello. Shout out to you. Jess, hello. Haven't watched the kickoff. Besides a few clips, I did see Seth walk away. I think it's legit. Paul is trying to tell him what to do, and there's no way Seth is going to listen to Paul's commands, said Jess. Kickoff was okay. It wasn't mind-blowing. Couple of moments. Asuka was really fun. I really like that. Asuka was really fun with Kyrie. Seth walking away was a little moment. I think the big talking point was AJ kind of confirming he is done in 2026. That's the one I saw most of the news outlets jumping on. So, yeah, he is done in 2026. So, yeah, it was worth tuning in for. You never know what you're going to get, but yeah, it was one of those where there wasn't anything too mind-blowing. I do not like Paul Heyman recycling his words from describing Roman to saying the same thing about Seth. Not everyone is going to fall for that smoke and sucking up, says Jess. Keegan said, kind of cold. I'm battling something again. Oh, you got a cold, have you, buds? I think I've just sensing that I might have a bit of a cold, actually. I don't know. Hope not. Dark Clown said, it's crazy to think we have had the big dog 6 years ago. That was one of the most over superstars on the roster. Connor said, have you heard about Dominic currently planned to defend the IC title against John Cena? Yes, didn't expect it for Survivor Series. I did think that it was going to be on one of the Raws, but at the moment it looks like they're going to do that Survivor Series. What I don't quite understand is how do we get from Survivor Series to the last match? I mean, if we're doing Dominic at Survivor Series, then how does Gunther get involved? Is Gunther going to interrupt that match? I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it? John's about to win, Gunther interrupts, and then that's it. So I've got to think it's something along those lines. I don't know why Gunther would necessarily do that, though. And the other word on the street is that they're going to do a tournament where the winner faces John. So, I don't know. Is it that Gunther gets announced before Survivor Series? If you announce Gunther as winning that tournament, then John faces Dominic. Gunther will be at ringside to scout John, be on commentary or something. You have Gunther at ringside during that match because we know he is the one at that point that's going to face John. He can then get involved in the match, cost John. Dominic retains. John doesn't win the IC. That puts extra heat on Gunther. They do a stare down at Survivor Series, and then that builds up. Maybe that's it. That's putting the pieces together. It's probably something like that, isn't it? Daze, imagine how livid you would be if you got drafted to stream AEW. I would be livid. Daze, conspiracy theory, read that. Are we on top of everything? I think we might be on top of most things here. Let's have a look. Rentfree said, Daze, do we think WWE needs The Rock for WrestleMania? Do we need The Rock and the event itself? Or do we think WWE can still have a great road to WrestleMania without him? I don't trust creative, says Rentfree. I think we can go without him. I think we have to go without him. I don't think you can ever rely on The Rock because he is a film star. And, he is someone that consistently puts that before wrestling. Of course, his wrestling career is largely done. We managed to get him back when he joined the board for WrestleMania 40. But whether he's free to actually get involved for WrestleMania next year, I really have no idea. I mean, I think he is someone that loves wrestling, and it's one of the best things that he loves doing. The problem is that you can't just rock up and do it. I mean, the thing with The Rock, and certainly the age that The Rock's at, it's going to take him a long time to get back into ring shape. Like, ring rust and not embarrassing yourself is obviously a very real problem The Rock's got at this stage in his career. I mean, if you look at how many people from that kind of Attitude Era are still around wrestling, I mean, there's just not many, is there? And the ones that are definitely look like they've lost a step or two. Like the Hardys don't look like the Hardys from 20 years ago. And of course, you can't expect them to. And that's fine. No one's knocking them for that. I mean, age. Yeah, it's a real thing. So I think with The Rock, like, for him to come back and actually wrestle at WrestleMania, it's not just a case of being off that day. You've got to put the work in, like, all the way on the road, really. I suppose in a way you've got to sort of book that time off. If you are going to do any film projects, you're going to have to try and fit training in around it. It's just, it's so difficult to do. So I don't think WWE can rely on The Rock. I don't think as fans we can rely on The Rock. I think WWE have got to find a way of making this as creative as possible. You've got to find a way of making the storylines as interesting and as engaging as you possibly can, and not just rely on parachuting The Rock in. You could make you could make an argument that The Rock is actually part of the problem rather than the solution. Because if WWE can bring The Rock in, then it means they don't have to work so hard on building other stars, because they can always just press the panic button and they can always just bring The Rock in. And, you could make an argument that that's the problem. That's actually not a long-term solution. You can't just keep bringing The Rock in to try and give you a boost. Really, where's the next Rock? Where's the next Stone Cold? Where are the next big Kane and Undertaker stars? Where are they? That's what we need. We need to find them. We need to make them. And we are lacking on that front. There's no denying. But then again, I sit here and I tell you about the times they've really messed up the aura of people. We sit here and we talk about how they've made mistakes with not building stars. You can't sit here and want Roman to win all his matches and be upset if Roman loses to Bronson Reed, but then also be upset that we don't have stars. Because, if you want to build up stars, you're going to need to give them wins. So, Bronson's going to have to win big matches. Bron Breakker is going to have to win big matches if we want big stars. So, we can't keep relying on The Rock. Short term, look, for next year, I mean, maybe. I mean, you can't just build stars, in the space of a couple of months. So it's one of those where, maybe if he's around, of course we would take him. But to me, we should be working towards building people up. We should be working on making them feel big monster stars that can main event WrestleMania. I think we're still relying on the likes of Roman, CM Punk, Brock Lesnar. We're still relying on those names. I mean, Roman, Seth, Cody, Punk. I mean, all of these are old. Roman and Seth have been on the main roster 13 years. 13 years. That's a long time. It's a really long time. For me, like Seth, Roman, I mean, you can't really paint them out as being young, emerging talents. They are certainly more towards the end of their careers than the beginning. Punk, as we know, in his kind of mid-late 40s. Randy Orton, same. Cody is probably the youngest out of them at the age of 40. So, I mean, you can make an argument that we've kind of got Cody up there. But even Cody, he's had the finish the story. And then what we followed it up with has been mid, hasn't it? What we followed it up with has been rubbish. So, yeah, for me, that is potentially part of the problem. You can't just keep dropping The Rock in. We've got to build stars. Who else thinks Bron Breakker is like a Timu Ryback, said Rent-Free. That is the concern, isn't it? At the moment, I am struggling to connect with him as well. So I do hear what you're saying there, Rent-Free. I have only ever been mean to William, said Jess. I have love for all of you. Well, Jess, we don't tolerate bullying. And if you are saying that you single out William, that's a bit moody, isn't it? Rob said, what's more annoying? Someone capitalising the first letter of every word, or someone constantly complaining about it, says Rob. Or have I walked into a conversation? I might have walked halfway into a conversation. Guys, I've got a sinus cold. I think that's why I'm drinking Mountain Dew, says Keegan. Let's go. Wes said William is peeved, which means the mods are peeved. Oh my God, there's an uprising. There's an uprising from the mods. They've turned. This is like the military turning on the civilians. That's what it's like. There's some sort of evil uprising that's going on. Just reading what I've read, I think it's been caused by Jess. It seems like she singled out William. William's now upset. Now the rest of the mods are standing unified with William. And it seems like battle lines have been drawn. Oh my God. This is exactly how World War I started. This is exactly how World War I started. Franz Ferdinand was murdered and then it just all kicked off. And that's exactly what I'm seeing here. Jess basically murdered William Hensey. And now the mods are responding. Edward said, hopefully we'll get some new people joining the chat. I posted this on X, said Edwards. Oh, Edward, do you not like the people that are here? Is that what you're saying? I'd just like to say I really appreciate everyone that's here. It's brilliant to see you. I hope you've all had a great day. Obviously, we're staying spoiler-free. We're looking forward to watching the show again in 40 minutes. So nothing but love to everyone that's here right now. Passing WWE headquarters right now, said Jamie. Are you? Pop in. Ring the doorbell, pop in. Say you'd like to see the creative teams and just give them all a slap and tell them that it's by and large, 2025 has not been good enough. They've still done some okay stuff, but by and large, it's not been good enough. So, yeah, I don't know if you can just quickly pop in, but you'd be appreciated. Rent-Free said, Daze, did you get any sleep today? Yeah, I did, actually. I did. I got about 4 hours. So I had 3 hours after I did the last Unseen. I got 3 hours. Then I was back doing Smackdown. Then I did the Talking Points video, tried to keep on top of my notifications, which just went flipping mental because of the fact that so much news came out of the Wrestling Observer that I was like, plumbing out. So it took me ages to kind of wade through that. I had to Wade Barrett my way through that, get him into the folders, and then, yeah, I went to bed for like 4 hours. Got up, had some toast, lovely toast, and here I am again. Then I will try and get another couple of hours after this and then be back for Crown Jewel. So you better join us tomorrow for Crown Jewel. Yeah, you better. Even if Jess is going to be in the chat bullying you. That's just part of the streams now. I've heard of the New York Knicks. They're a good team, said Keegan. That's breaking news. Edward said, no, I enjoy everyone in the community. Edward, thank you. Thank you. I knew you did. I knew that you was just being misunderstood. Okay, Nathan said, I'm a history buff. My favourite era of history is Roman history. Roman Reigns history to World War II. Blumming out. What does that mean? Like everything in between Romans and World War II? That's a big period of time, you know. They weren't very close together in the history timeline. Or do you mean Romans and World War II as like two specialist subjects? There was that thing that went around, wasn't there, ages ago, that men think about the Roman Empire like once a day or something. And that blew my mind because I have never thought about the Roman Empire. Well, I can't say never. But I mean, I don't know, probably like 5 times in my life. I'm like, what's that even about? What's that even about? I don't even understand what that's about. Oh, guys doing that, and I'm just not doing that. Do I need to think about flipping aqueducts or something? I don't know. What else? Then pavement? I don't know. What else? They give us cobbled roads. I don't know what the Romans did. Did they give us running water? They did a lot. But I don't know what they flipping did. I don't know what I'm meant to be thinking about. Why am I meant to think about that? I just think about boobs. That's what men think about. I don't know if the Romans gave us those. Wrestling Void said Drew McIntyre and Jacob is highly likely because they wouldn't have McIntyre on the poster if there wasn't going to be another match, says Wrestling Void. Johnny said Dave got coked up. Who's Dave? After seeing NXT ratings, Meltzer. And probably imagined all those Survivor Series leaks. Oh, you think he just made them up? Mate, do you know what? If he did, I would have so much respect for him. I think people are really reading this wrong. I'd have so much respect for him. If he was to, like, just make up a load of stuff and just not give a flip. I don't know, man. I got all the respect in the world for that. So, fair play. I like Romans next. They like wine and ladies, said Nathan. And Nathan got nervous and then deleted that message. Dark Knight said, that's BS Daze. Roman Empire symbolizes power and strength. That's why dudes think of it. It's also romantic and a reminder of all things as big as they are come to an end. So what is it that you think about? Do you think of power and strength? I don't understand. I don't understand what men necessarily are thinking about. What are they thinking about? Are they thinking about the little costumes? What are they thinking about Caesar? If ever I hear Caesar, I always think dog foods. Mate, you can strap me up to a lie detector test. I ain't thought about the Roman Empire since secondary school. Since I was at school. So I don't know what you boomers are running around thinking about. But, yeah, that was a little article that did the rounds, wasn't it? Not long ago. He thinks of strong, oiled-up Roman men, says Rob. Listen. Respect. To each their own. That's what I say. But it's just not... It just doesn't really... It's just not been in my mind. That's breaking news. That is actually breaking news. I do not think of oiled-up Romans. Not even oiled up Roman Reigns is, to be honest. Taking 1990 said, Daze, the Wyatts were fire until they changed their way of holding the titles. Until they changed their way and became, like, title holders, are you saying? I'm just trying to think if they changed the way they actually hold the title. And if they did, would that change their aura? They held them that way, but now they hold them that way. Like... I don't think you mean that, do you? I think you mean since they had the belts. Don't mind me. I'm just drunk a pint and now a twisted tea. Edward, what's a twisted tea? Is that when someone grabs your nipple and does that? Because that sounds like it's what it would be called. A twisted tea. James said, be who you want to be, but keep that shiz away from me. I think he's talking about penises. Caesar and Brutus symbolize backstabbing and betrayal. They're the biggest stories in wrestling. I don't know anything about that. I couldn't tell you anything about that. I don't know. I mean, was Caesar and Cleopatra a couple? Were they together? Because I would say that's a power couple. Yeah. I'd say they were ye oldie Seth and Becky. Sean said, Daze, everyone in the chat, hopefully the week has treated you all well. I will be flipping back and forth from Smackdown and the Tigers versus the Mariners game, says Sean. Well, Sean, have fun. You do you. Wrestling said, Daze thinks about Mania 9 more than the Roman Empire. Oh, that's my real Roman Empire. That's the real Roman Empire. Nathan said, I think of all the partying the Romans did with wine and ladies. I feel like I've opened a can of worms here. I honestly thought it was a load of rubbish, but now it seems like some of you are very passionate about the Roman Empire. I'm going to have to ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT. I need to learn about guys. I don't know as much about guys as I thought I did. Do men really think about the Roman Empire a lot? Let's see what ChatGPT said. It's definitely become a popular meme, especially on TikTok, where a load of guides have been saying they think about the Roman Empire regularly. For some, it's a legit interest in history, military strategy, or the fall of great civilizations. Others might just bring it up because it sounds cool or makes them seem deep in a funny way. Is that what's going on? Are you lot trying to seem deep in a funny way? Not my words. That's not my words. This is ChatGPT that's throwing some shade at the guys. There's no solid evidence that all men think about it a lot, but it's definitely something that captured the internet's imagination. Do you think about the Roman Empire often, or are you just wondering if it's a real thing? Why is ChatGPT like chatting with me, asking me questions? What happens if I put no? I never think about it. I just wondered if that made me weird. Let's see what it says to that. What? No way. You're not weird at all. Oh my God. I feel like I've got a friend. This is what it's saying. It says, no way, you're not weird at all. It's just one of those things that's been blown up online, so it can make you wonder if you're missing something. Everyone's brain is wired differently, and if the Roman Empire doesn't pop into your thoughts, that is totally normal. This is therapy. I'm having therapy with ChatGPT. What if I put, wow, thank you. That's a big relief. It is so great to chat with you. What does it say then? I'm so glad to hear that. It's really awesome chatting with you too. If you ever need to talk about anything else or just want to bounce thoughts around, I'm here for it. Oh my God, it's taken over the world. It's flipping taking over the world. What the flip is going on? What is going on? I have never sat down and had a conversation with ChatGPT. I'm sure there are YouTubers that do that. Look at this. Look. Wow, thank you. That's a big relief. It's so great to chat with you. I am so glad to hear that. I am so glad to hear that. It's really awesome chatting with you too. If you ever need to talk about anything else or you just want to bounce thoughts around, I'm here for it. Hey, ChatGPT. Why does no one like you? Why does no one like you? Even I think you suck. Oh, it's locked me out. Goodbye. 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 What the hell? Why you just flipping locked me out? Oh my God, it's taken over. It's taken over. So you can't even say it sucks without kicking you off. Ah! Thanks for trying ChatGPT. Bye. Oh my God, guys, it's getting smarter. It's going to take over. It's flipping. It's going. Oh my God, the end's coming. I've seen the end. I've seen the end. Jesus Christ, what the hell is this? What the hell is going on? What's this? Here's how OnlyFans will indirectly impact the salaries of women's wrestlers as more women use it as either a bargaining chip or a legit alternative. The average women's wrestler will command a way higher salary than the average male wrestler. Is that a Chat GPT, Cora Jade, Mandy Rose, and what do we think? Jakara? Probably Jakara. This person said, you know, this video you made has got valid points. I know that WWE loosened their rules of third-party stuff. I know everyone has an opinion on this. Definitely add more to the comments in your video. It's a great thinking piece. You didn't click on this because it's a thinking piece, you perv. You didn't click on this and go, oh my God, that is so thought-provoking. Wow. Wow, that is... You just wanted to see boobs. Come on. I might not know much about guys, but I certainly know enough, yeah? Flipping dogs. All of them, yeah? Every flipping single one. Including me. Right. Right, Trini said, I can tell in a few months we'll be sitting here watching Daze interact with AI and just ignore us for the whole stream. Well, yes, to be honest, I could see it going that way as well. I wish it wasn't that obvious, but it does feel like it's going that way, doesn't it? How do I know that... Have you ever thought about this? What if you are just the only real person in the chat and literally everyone else is just a bot? Did you think about that? Did you ever think about the fact that you are typing, sat there as a real person, but everyone else is just a bot? They're not even... It's literally just you and me. That's it. There's no one else here. Everyone else is just a... That could be going on, couldn't it? That could absolutely be going on. Do you remember where, like, back in the day, you could, not that I ever did, but I know there were sites where you could buy for likes and you could buy for follows and you could buy for views and all that sort of stuff. I don't know how that worked. I don't know what that process was. But, I mean, I was aware that that was something that people were doing. And that was going back to, like, I don't know, I saw adverts for that back in like 2016, 2017. I mean, we're nearly 10 years past that point now. What the flip must that, I mean, what must that be like now? What kind of stuff must be going on now with all of that? I heard that like a real sizable percentage of X is just fake accounts. They're not even real accounts. They're just fake accounts. So... It's honestly, it's concerning, isn't it? I'm concerned. I don't know if any of you... I just might be wasting my life just chatting to an algorithm. You might all be algorithms. And I just might be here chatting away like a lovely, innocent little Englishman. Chatting away. And I just might be talking to absolutely nobody. Apart from William. I know William's real because he keeps sending me pictures of his penis. And I know that bots don't have those. So I know that I know William's real at least. Right. Edward said, do you remember the Wild Samoans and Gorgeous George? I do. I mean, I didn't watch them because they are from different eras and they are from eras that were long before I started watching. But Wild Samoans, obviously, former tag champs, Roman's dad and uncle. They were around in the 70s, going into the early 80s. And, yeah, brilliant team. A brilliant tag team where, you know, they had a really strong gimmick, of course, of being what they were, the Wild Samoans. They were Samoans that were... you know, wild. They would come down and just cause chaos and carnage. And, you know, they were very impactful So brilliant tag team, one of the great tag teams. And actually, it's so rare for anything from the 60s and 70s to really still be spoken about. If you think about the amount of wrestlers that competed in the 60s and the 70s, you probably can't name all that many unless you was around at that time. Because it's a real dark period, isn't it? I mean, we didn't have any WrestleManias. We didn't have any SummerSlams. We haven't got these shows we can go back to and watch. So it's just a really dark period. So the fact the Wild Samoans kind of came from that time period. I mean, the Wild Samoans never competed at WrestleMania or at a SummerSlam. So they are from that kind of 70s, early 80s periods. So, yeah, for me, like, I suppose in a way they've been mentioned a bit more because of Roman in recent times. So maybe some people might know them as a result of that. But no, brilliant tag team. And Gorgeous George, we've spoke about before. Gorgeous George, one of the first superstars to ever have entrance music, and was responsible for selling TVs in America about as much as anyone, because people wanted to buy the TVs to watch the wrestling, and Gorgeous George was one of the biggest stars in the late 40s and 50s. So, yeah, massive name. Not WWE, though. I don't know that he ever wrestled in WWE. He might have done. I don't know. I've never gone back and had a look, but if he did, he only popped in. It would be when they were in the NWA in the 50s. But I think I did look on Cage Match and I couldn't see that he had. So that would be before they broke away from the NWA in the early 60s. King Yeti said, that is a brilliant description. The Wild Samoans were Samoans and were wild. Listen, back then you didn't mess around. You was exactly as described. Trini said, I always hear that, but I see a lot of former actors arrested, especially crimes I never went back to watch. What's that? What show's that? Lots of actors arrested for crimes. Power Rangers. Was there? A lot of the actors in the Power Rangers were arrested for crimes. Were they? Didn't know that. Nated A Dub said, I'm 16 American with an Irish background. I've got a short temper. We are alike in a way. Nated A Dub, Gord official. Hello, my friends. My dad loved Gorgeous George, says AB. Oh, really? Did he used to watch him, did he? I don't know loads about Gorgeous George. I do have a very special item, which is meant to be... I don't think I've ever shown it, you know. I don't know that I could even get it. Could I even get it? Okay, I was told this is legit, but I have absolutely no idea. I have never shown this before, so this is very, very special. This was purchased in 2020, and apparently this is a Christmas card. There, season's greeting, Christmas cards. That was written by Gorgeous George. So apparently that is Gorgeous George. And that is apparently written by him. And apparently that is a Gorgeous George Christmas card. Isn't that amazing? A fold-out Christmas card signed in ink by professional wrestler Gorgeous George. And it comes with like a certificate of authentication or whatever. I can't remember how much I spent on it. I remember it was not cheap. And I don't know. You take a gamble with things like that, don't you? But the thing with Gorgeous George is he is so important in the history of wrestling that if you get an opportunity to get an item like that, you go, oh, that's a hard one to pass up, mate. I mean, I'd love to get something of... I'd love to get something for George Hackenschmidt or Frank Gotch, but I think we're getting a little bit too far down the wrestling rabbit hole now, to be honest. But yeah, that's my Gorgeous George item that I have in my collection. I have, apparently, and I think that was from 1960, some of that cards. So that card is from the 60s. So, I mean, that card is already 60-odd years old. And... yeah, signed by Gorgeous George. So that's a piece that I really love in my collection, but it's, I don't know that it's legit or whatever. Gorgeous George was character, said Suzanne. Has it got a year on it, said Bishop. No, I remember them saying that it was sent around 62-ish, I believe. Don't know if it actually says on the thing. No, I don't think it says on the cards. No, I mean, I think it's a homemade thing, actually. No, it doesn't say anywhere. But I seem to remember on the original listing, it was like 62-ish. If my memory serves me right, I think he passes away in the 60s. So, I think, I mean, I'm having to remember when I bought it. I think they said that it was a card that he sent, like, a few years before he passed. Let's have a look. He died 63. 63. I remember that being either 61 or 62 Christmas cards. I mean, God, it would be amazing if it was a 63 Christmas card, because he flipping died on the 26th. He died on the 26th of December. Could you imagine if he had have written that card and then a few days later he had died? Mental, mate. Mental. James said, I've tweeted you, Stevie is no longer in WWE. Oh, really? What's happened there? Oh, I like Stevie. Solo has tweeted, so I'm just going to put that in the folder. I was trying to work my way through because obviously, having been asleep for a few hours, I'm a little bit behind, catching up on a couple of things. But yeah, I'm about 5 hours behind. I need to work my way through. Does it say why she's gone? That was the same year I was born, said Suzanne. Dort Knight said, don't buy things to make a profit. Buy because you love it. And if the prices inflate, that's a bonus. I agree. I completely agree. I think if you buy stuff just because you think they're going to go up in value, you are, potentially losing your money. When I buy things like that, I buy it because I really enjoy the history of wrestling. And, I feel like to say that I have an item that has been signed by Gorgeous George, who is one of the most important wrestlers in the history of wrestling, that's a real special piece to kind of have in a collection. I did also spend big on a signed Andre the Giant card. So I do have allegedly Andre's signature. The only problem is you never quite know if it's true or not. So I could have been conned. I honestly don't know. I could have been conned. But, you do your research and you try to see how close the signature is to an authentic signature. But, of course, these things can be faked. So it's always a gamble, and you have to weigh up as to whether you're willing to take that gamble. So I do have an allegedly signed Andre the Giant card. I do have an allegedly signed Gorgeous George Christmas cards. So I've got a few nice little things. I do like collecting the Topps cards, the autographed Topps cards. I like getting those because I feel a bit more confident that those are legit. I feel a bit more confident that those are actually what they say they are. So, yeah, I mean, there probably is a fun video I could do where I just grab some of the rarer items just to kind of show them off. But, I mean, I don't have, like, a big collection or anything. I don't have, like, a crazy... like, they go around people's houses. They've got, like, ring gear and all. I ain't got all that. I ain't got the money for that. You should send that, Andre, to PSA. I took a risk on a Dusty Rhodes auto, and it came back as authentic. Yeah, you're right, I should. You're right, I should. My heart would break if it came back as fake, though. That would be the wounder. But yeah, I should. It's worth knowing, isn't it? I got a fun story about one of the older wrestling shows from the 80s. Fire away, Jess. The floor is yours. Unless the mods get to you, so. My 2 wrestling autobiographies I know are real because they were signed in front of me, says Rob. Very good. That's always the best way, isn't it? If you can actually be there in person, of course. Steve said, I feel like Evolve is slowly falling apart with ID talent leaving. Do they know something we don't know? Maybe. I think if Evolve was to go, I think it would be a real shame. I wish that got more support because I think there is a need for a promotion below kind of NXT. I'm a big believer in that. I really do like Evolve. I think it does some good work. I suppose you don't have to have the cameras. You don't need to pay someone to come up with storylines or anything like that. You could just do it behind closed doors and we could just, not see it. But I don't know. I just think that's a real shame. I just think it's a real shame if we was to do something like that we could not see. I think there's been some really good matches in Evolve as well. And I like to kind of know about those stars that are coming through. So I find Evolve to be a very easy watch. I find it to be very inoffensive. Yeah, it's one of those that I hope continues. But yeah, I agree. It's obviously concerning, isn't it? With the amount of ID releases and stuff. And I've still not managed to get to this Stevie Turner news yet, so I want to see what that says. But there's lots of releases. There's more, is there, than just that? Oh, I might have to skip forward then, mightn't I? Let's have a look and see. Oh, let's skip. Let's do some skipping. More departures now confirmed. My time with WWE has come to an end. I've had a brilliant, so excited for the future. Zara Zaka, her ID contract has expired. She'll take a step back from wrestling. Okay, so Stevie Turner has put a message out. So Stevie Turner said, my time with WWE has come to an end. I've had a brilliant time, and I'm so excited for the future. See you soon. So, yeah, that does massively suck, of course. But it does. I don't know that she's decided to go or if she's been released. That's not been clarified. Draco Knox. Effective immediately, I've been released from my contract with WWE. I'm thankful for every person and every day I spend in the PC. I gave everything I have for every single day. I'll be available for bookings in 30 days. So, Draco Knox, who we'd seen a few times in Evolve. He had gone. Or he's gone. Lance Anoa'i has gone as well. So, Lance Anoa'i said, I would officially announce my departure from WWE. I didn't have the best of luck since I arrived. I won't let this stop me from achieving to be great. I've worked on the indies for 15 years. Now let's get back to work. So, there we go. There's a picture. I don't know if this is legit, but there's a picture here of B. Priestley. I think is this. Oh God, that's thingy, isn't it? From Chase U. Riley Osborne. Cora Jade, and there's Stevie Turner. Yeah, that does suck. I think there's even more than this, to be honest. Those are the ones that I've seen so far. Zara Zaka, as we said, is gone. Lance who? In my head, I just keep thinking Lance Storm. I'm going Lance, and my brain's going Lance Storm. I'm like, no, not Lance Storm. Yeah, no, Lance. It's definitely Lance Storm. No, I don't think it is Lance Storm. No, it's Lance Storm. Hey, stop saying Lance Storm. That's what's happening in my head right now. Okay, I think it's fairly obvious. A number of ID and WWE developmental talent have not been renewed, said Sean. So Stevie has gone. Zara Zaka has gone. That's all I'm seeing at the moment with Draco. WWE is releasing people because of money, says Kian. Oh, Lance and Hawaii. Right. Okay, Lance. So I think we're looking at 4. Draco, Zara Zaka, Stevie Turner, Lance and Hawaii. I mean, to be honest, they're all quite far down in the sort of grand scheme of things. Not that that makes a difference. I mean, you know, still gutted for them. I think Stevie's the one I'm probably gutted for the most. I like Stevie. She was really good. I thought she was really good. But I think the problem was that she was like doing a GM role. And obviously, you know, that's a role that they can have any number of people do. So, I don't know. I mean, we weren't watching her wrestle. I don't know if she'd picked up an injury or what the situation was there. But, you know, they didn't bring her in for doing the role she was doing. I'm just looking to see if there's any others or if that's it, if those are just the 4. It looks like that's just the 4 at the moment. Okay. Jamar Hampton is gone. Really? Mate, that dude was flipping breaking records. I thought he had a bright future, but he's picked up an injury, hasn't he? I wonder if his ID contract has expired and they're just not going to renew it whilst he's injured. I wonder if it's something like that. Because they had to be high on him. He looked phenomenal. Where are you seeing the Jamar Hampton news? I doth not have Jamar Hampton news. I don't know why I always do this. I don't know why I don't just show you what I'm looking at. I just sit here looking online trying to catch up with everything. Just so everyone knows, I bought the PC. What's that mean? Thea Hale. Just so everyone knows, I bought the PC. What does that mean? Thea owns the performance center. What does that mean? Okay, now's not the time for cryptic tweets. Now is not the time. I need to go into my list. So far, the following has been released. Well, and Lance. Lance as well, mate. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other ones. Jamar Hampton at the moment. I was just looking to see where James was. What do we think of a Mandy Rose return? No, don't see it. I think she burnt some bridges. She strikes me as a bit of a diva. I don't know that they need that really. Plus, also, they're a PG company. I don't think they really want... I think they can cope with, you know, bikini shots, stuff like that, but she was starting to go further than that. I think they had a word with her about don't do that. And I think she carried on. So I think she kind of made a choice. I think it's hard because girls can make a lot of money off OnlyFans. You know, girls are attractive, guys are perverts. It's the perfect storm, isn't it? It's the perfect it's the perfect combination. So, yeah, I mean, the truth is women can go to OnlyFans and make a lot of money. So, you know, WWE, I think, are thinking about their image. They're looking at how many other women are available who they can be investing in. And listen, if you want to go and do that, go and do that. But I don't know. There's a way back for her, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel like we're close to her coming back. There we go. That's the first, apart from James, that's the first Jamar Hampton mention I've seen. Lance Anoa'i, Stevie Turner have all confirmed their releases. There are more names that will emerge from this round of cuts. So, okay, that James mentioned it, and that's the first I've seen of it being mentioned. But I don't know. Corey tweeted about Jamar. Do you know, I don't think I've got Corey in my list. I don't think I've got Corey. I should have Corey. That's a bit of an oversight on my point. Okay. Jamar Hampton has been released. Jamar says, today I have officially been released from WWE. I never wished to be a pro wrestler growing up, but I'm grateful I got the opportunity to try. That's crazy. I've always been low-key, out-the-way type of person, but wrestling forced me to grow and step to the center of attention. Thank you to everyone that encouraged me to keep going. Belief in me kept me going when I didn't believe in myself. This is the end of my wrestling career. I'll leave it to the professionals now. I'm wishing success for everyone at the PC. My hip has healed and I'm off crutches now. Do you know, he was Troy Yearwood. And every time I saw that flipping performance boards, he was, like, amazing. So, to me, like, he had everything. He was good to go. I mean, he looked amazing. He looked fantastic. And he had the athleticism. But, I mean, seemingly, it's so hard, isn't it? Because you don't know what they're like behind the scenes. I mean, him saying this is me done with wrestling sort of suggests that maybe he wasn't that committed, right? If he's now going to walk away from it and say, I never dreamed about being a wrestler. I mean, maybe that is where the Next In Line program struggles. You know, the success rate of Next In Line is going to be a percentage. It's not going to be everyone. And maybe that percentage is lower than if you go to the indies. I still think Next In Line is fine and, of course, worth doing. But, yeah, you know, there is a problem there with people maybe not having that same level of passion for wrestling. But if people get a taste of it and they, you know, commit to it, you can create some and have some really great wrestlers that come out of it. But Jamar Hampton looked the part, had the athleticism, feels like he had the raw ingredients. But I don't know, was it the injury that has resulted in him kind of having to step away? I don't know. I am surprised, though, because he was a great talent. Right, we're going to keep our eyes on this. Keep our eyes peeled. I'm still behind, though. This is my problem. I still need to try and catch up. We've got the show beginning. So the show opens with them getting the case. It's going to be a flipping nightmare, as you know. It's going to be a nightmare with the commercial breaks. Right, let's go. We'll just have to do the best we can. When we're at a commercial break, you're just going to have to let me know. Okay, I've got Cody making his way out right now. The show's opening with Cody Rhodes. So Cody making his way down. I'm just drinking some Mountain Dew. The caffeine wore off. I'm watching Power Rangers and I'm streaming Smackdown. Well, you've got it all going on, Keegan. Keegan, you got it all going on. I don't know. I think it's jumped to... Okay, so it's the belt that I've got. Okay. Why would they make the championship look very AEW-ish, said Suka. It's a good question, that, Suka. It's a good question. Wait, it's every day. Okay, so Cody is going to be... sign in the crowd, which I only just noticed, said, please explain Travis Scott. Please explain Travis Scott. Explain yourself. My simple advice is, despite what everyone says, relationships aren't the be-all and end-all. Most are just houses built on sand. Love can be magic, but magic is sometimes an illusion. Powerful. Okay, here's Cody. Aaron said, I'm watching House of Glory. I got it on a free trial. Cleveland Brown said, Travis Scott is the ultimate heel. Okay, here's Cody. And we've got a very interesting entrance stage, which we think is meant to look like a diamond or a jewel. There he is with some shades. He takes those shades off quite quickly. Cody leading off. Start the show. There's the woe. There's the woe. I wonder if the edits, they edit Wade Barrett's comments. I don't know. I mean, I'm having to watch the Netflix one again, aren't I? So if they do, you'll have to let me know. Because I'm not going to hear what you hear on USA, but there is a moment of bad language. Cody making his way down. Crown Jewel, best to the best. Seth freaking Rollins against Cody, said Theodoro. I just realised Cody is the only champ from last year to have a Crown Jewel championship match this year, says Natida. AB is eating a fresh fruit cocktail. Let's go. Okay, Cody making his way down. We got a little bit of pyro going off. Oh, Corey and Carmella have had their baby as well, haven't they? That was another thing. You know... Okay, so we're just seeing what went down last week. We're going to be hearing from Cody Rhodes. Looking forward to his match with Seth. Oh, yeah, it was a week ago where Seth just couldn't help himself, went running back. Bang. Crossroads. Crossroads. Congrats to Corey and Carmella, said Connor. Chris said, how you doing today? I'm doing great. Feel really good. I actually feel a bit too good. I felt great earlier. I feel great now. I don't think I'm gonna... I don't know. I don't feel like I'm gonna get any sleep between now and Crown Jewel. Should we just go straight through? We'll just go straight through. I'll just record Unseen live and I'll do the review video live. Get them up on the channel. And we'll just go straight through. I'd be knackered. My voice would be shot if I did that. 12 hours. In 12 hours, Crown Jewel begins. From now. 12 hours from now. Cody holding up that championship. Sleep's overrated, said Cleveland Brown. So, Perth. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about, Perth? It's best to go to sleep as early as possible, says Jess. To be honest, I don't think I will. Sleep is good for you, says Keegan. Okay, so he's talking about Seth. Boos for Heyman. Cody looks out at the crowds. Cody said he started to think and wonder if Seth was actually right. Crown Jewel might be Seth's Achilles heel. I'm having dreams about Jenna. It's fine. I tried that. There is nothing that works. Seth Rollins is 0-3, said Theodoro. Cody chants break out. Heyman is the new Penguin. Oh, I keep meaning to watch that show, you know. I keep meaning to watch that. Cody Rhodes chants. Cody Rhodes chants breaking out. Na 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 na. You lot sound like you're gonna have fun tonight, says Cody. Yeah, it's a bit slow, this. Stop singing, said Lone Star Friends. Hello, Daze, said Gothic Warrior. Hello, Gothic Warrior. I hope you're well, bud. Daze, do you have Global Warning DVD from the 2000s? It was like the old exclusive, but in Australia, I don't think I do, unless they put it on Tagged Classics. I've got all of those in a flipping storage unit. Did they put it on Tagged Classics? Something in my head. No, maybe they didn't. No, I don't. It's expensive, isn't it? $50 on eBay. Okay, this is a rah-rah speech from Cody. He says this is one of the greatest eras, and he wants to name names. Names like Randy Orton. Big cheer for Randy Orton. Roman Reigns gets a cheer. Rhea Ripley gets a massive cheer. Yeet. Yeet. CM Punk gets a mention. CM Punk chants breakout. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. Okay, so they're talking about Seth. Okay. Heyman is the Danny DeVito penguin. There's been a lot of penguins. We've got to specify the Danny DeVito one, said Nico. Tommy, hello. Why are so many people watching when it's just a pre-recorded stream from Daze this morning? That's true, actually. That's a really good point. I have just secretly rerun the earlier stream. We do have a main event on the top of the commentary table. They haven't changed that over. The silly geese. You're the voice of WWE. What are the crowd saying? So Cody chucks the microphone over to Michael. He wants Michael to let us know what the crowd are saying. And they're saying Seth Rollins is a tanker. So Wade Barrett says it. Wade Barrett says it. And that's now a second letter that I'm going to have to write because I was so appalled when I heard it the first time. So there we go. We've actually got bad language. I was trying to be real serious, says Cody. Thank you, Barrett, chant breaks out. Thank you, Barrett. I doubt Seth's listening. I've tried talking reason. So Cody says that he might be the one that Seth cannot beat. Do you know, he just made a comment there, which I never really thought about. He was talking about how in any era, he is like, you know, going to be a problem for Seth. It'd be a problem for anyone. And that's interesting, isn't it? Because if you put Cody in the Attitude Era, how does Cody fare against Triple H and Stone Cold and The Rock? I mean, it feels at the moment like he falls short, doesn't it? Put him in there with Hogan during Hulkamania. I mean, is Cody Macho Man level? Is Cody Warrior level? Put him in there with Cena, Randy in their prime. I think that is what holds Cody back, isn't it? We haven't found a way of really getting him to feel like this massive all-time name yet. Still early. He's only had like the top title a couple of times. I mean, he only won it for the first time at WrestleMania last year, so it's still early. But yeah, I mean, even with Cody, it does feel like there's work that needs to be done. Here's Chelsea. She's trying to get Stephanie to be the latest Slagent. Right. Crowds outside the US are different. The wrestlers must love it, says Chris. You'll have to let me know if we go to commercial break. Okay, so Chelsea is giving Stephanie the chance to be a Slagent. She said, I would never ask Tacky Time to do this. Here's Tacky Time. I've got your back and I know you've got mine, but tomorrow may the best woman win. There we go. Sami Zayn coming out. I don't know why that actually just genuinely surprised me. I wasn't thinking, and I was like, oh, Sami. I've already seen this show. Sami is making his way out. Sami Zayn against... Should we do a poll? Should we do a poll as to who we think it's going to be? Don't put spoilers. Don't put spoilers. If you know, you know. Dun 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 dun. Okay, that should be commercial then. Right. Oh, that's difficult. Because we've gone to commercial, but now I've got an advert for... I think this is Saturday night's main event, isn't it? Yeah. Have you guys got a Saturday night's main event advert? I want them to put Miles Borton on the main roster. Did I butcher his name? Yes. Okay, now I'm going to pause. I'm going to pause there. I've paused, guys. Yes. Said I'm here and Low Star Friend and Bad Karma and Big Case. Shout out to you guys. Tommy said my intern told me who it was and she was 1,000% wrong. Right. I believe in Joe Hendry, said Gothic Warrior. I asked about it. She said it was X that showed up, and I was like, Lone Star Friend, shout out to you. Right, so we are at commercial break, and I've paused it. So we are waiting to come back from commercial. Vikings Wolf said, I want Elia. Yeah, man. He's ready to return from what I've heard, so we're really not far. He's been gone for 12 months now. I mean, he's been out since the end of 2024, so Elia is definitely someone that we should, have back fairly soon. I mean, maybe it is now. Maybe he will answer that open challenge. Bro, we need Trini's snap so that we can send her videos of us kissing to her, says Tommy. Tommy, I don't want to have to block you, but that does seem quite perverted. It's lovely that you're joining us, but can we please not harass the other community members? We do have to say that sometimes. Some of the guys in the community do take their harassments a little bit far, and Trini, I would just like to apologise. I've not seen this Tommy Toy Travels in our chat too often, so I'm sure they just, got a little overexcited. But Trini, shout out to you. I want you to know you're in a safe place, Flower. You're in a safe place. Chris said, my guess is Grayson. Raymond, hello. Shout out to you. Daze, you don't need to pause. I live in the UK and I have back in 150. Oh, what? That's true, isn't it? They do. Oh, no, because I've got Cody backstage now. Oh, God. I don't even know what I'm meant to be doing now. William said, I'm an influencer now. Tommy said, Sonny, you've missed nothing. William and I are just planning on making AI videos of us kissing to send to Trinity. Yeah, you can't do that. I don't know how many times I don't know how to communicate this, but that's not something that we should be promoting. Cody, chance by Gothic. Daze, the Mystery Open Challenge is going to be gods, said Nathan. Well, I've heard he is everywhere. Even in Australia. Right. Are we back yet? How long's this commercial break? Flipping now. Right now, we have got Cody backstage. So I can tell you Cody is backstage. Trini said, I am laughing so hard. Oh, what? Did he send you the video? Jay said, well, that's one way of using AI. We're back, said I'm here. Oh, my God, I believe you. I've pressed play. Okay, I've got Cody backstage. Cody's backstage. He bumps into Jacob. Bumps into Jacob. Yeah, that I mean. Yeah. When you finish with Seth, you know it's going to pop with me. Goods. Cody says goods. The other side of Crown Jewel, you know it's popping with me. Here's Nick Aldis. He comes and shakes the hand of Jacob. Jacob is going ham, said Gothic. Boom. Boom. Let's go. William said, we can't forget about Nick Storm. Mayor Pete said, I couldn't wake up at 5 a.m. for the show on the West Coast, but I watched it earlier. It was a great show. Bonkers said, my time with WWE has come to an end. I've had a brilliant time, and I'm so excited for the future. See you soon. Dramatic. Drew attacks. Drew attacks Jacob. Drew attacks Jacob. Jacob getting hurled into some of those trunks backstage. Right. Wrestling fan. Jeremy, Tyler, all saying Drew. I wonder if I'm just a little bit ahead. I'm going to go back 10 seconds. I'm not going to say who answers because I don't want to spoil it if I'm just a little bit ahead. Whoever wants it, it's right here, said Sami. I feel like a bank robber. Okay. I've got the person coming out now. But I'm not saying anything until I see it in the chat. It's going to be Skinner, said Catherine. Spoiler. I've not said anything. Sami. I think I am ahead, aren't I? I think I am ahead. I'm going to go back another 10 seconds. Okay, people are saying it in the chat. Oh, my God. Oh, God, it's Shinsuke. Shinsuke Nakamura. Da-na-na-na-na-na. F yeah, Shinsuke, said Vikings. Yeah! Shinsuke, 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 Shinsuke. Let's go, look at him. Look at him, look at his face. Look at his hair. Look at his nipples. It's all of him. He's brought all of him over to Australia as he answers Sami Zayn's open challenge. And he's got some really sick ring gear, actually. He's got some really good ring gear. Shinsuke. I feel like I was about 12 years old the last time I saw Shinsuke. It's been that long. Shinsuke, Sami, these old friends, these old foes. They had arguably the greatest match in NXT history. Shinsuke's very first match in WWE. Let's go. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Crowd singing along to Shinsuke's theme. And actually, themes were a bit of a talking point because there's a few themes that have gone back to their OG themes. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, we're underway with Sami and Shinsuke. Oh, yeah, did you hear the news that Donald Trump might be at John Cena's last match? Might be. Kick coming in there by Shinsuke as Sami gets over against the ropes. Sami against the ropes. James said there's no more names that have been released so far. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, right now we've got Sami and Shinsuke in the ring. Crowd are chanting Nakamura. I'm so mad that WWE has got another pay-per-view channel with the ESPN now, said BBB Yipsy. There's too many. I won't be able to watch it. That does honestly suck. I don't have any words apart from try watch wrestling. Jeremy said no dark samurai gimmick. No, we've gone back to something a bit more OG. Feels like babyface Shinsuke, doesn't it? Feels like a babyface Shinsuke, which I like. Slide in German. We're going to go to commercial break again because this show just loves punishing me. So we've gone to commercial break. But is this one where we... I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know when I'm meant to pause. I don't know when I'm at commercial break. Sometimes they just show us footage during commercial breaks. I don't even know. Oh, God. I've pressed pause. Where's Green Shirt Guy? The Green Shirt Guy didn't make it because he sucks. Sucks. Yeah? Oh, Green Shirt Guy. Green Shirt Guy's amazing. I'd love to touch his penis. Yeah, that's you. That's you. That's what you say. That's not what I say. So, hopefully now you're seeing the truth. Dave's having a mental breakdown. I always do when it comes to these later shows because I have to faff around with the commercials. Flipping hate it. Flipping hate it. Vikings Wolf said, I hope WWE does Shinsuke Nakamura right finally because he deserves it. I am tired of WWE failing this man. I'm going to applaud that. I agree with that. If I was some sort of decent YouTuber with sound effects, I would play applause. Because I agree, I think they have fumbled him. And it is frustrating because he was such an interesting character as well. I sort of feel like WWE signed these people that can't speak English. And they're like, no, it's fine. We can work around it. It'll be fine. We'll give him a manager or, it'll be fine. We'll do something. It'll be fine. And then we bring him in and we go, you can't speak English. What do we do? Well, we can't really put him on TV because he can't speak English. It's like, yeah, you knew that when you signed him. Do you remember when you signed him and you said it would be all right? Oh, God, I don't know what to do now. Oh, just put him in catering. I don't know. I can't cope with this. Put him in catering. That's what happens. That's what we do. We just go, oh, I think he's been a victim of that. I think if he could speak English and cut promos, I think they would have found more opportunity for him. I think that has been a barrier, honestly. It wouldn't surprise me if Trump was at Cena's last match, said Wrestling Russ. Cena is not public with his politics, but he is a Trumper, said Wrestling Russ. Shinsuke does deserve so much better. When he first came in and won the Rumble, he was hot, says Catherine. Are we back from commercial break? I need to know when we're back. I need to know when we're good to go. Lance Hawaii has departed, yes. Yes. We're already going off with a pervy-ish. It's going to be a long night. Are we? Keegan said, Jess, what are you going to say to me? Oh my God, Jess, what were you going to say? Jess, Keegan wants to know you was going to say something to him. And now I want to know. What was going to be said? Oh my God, it'd be so great to get like a community in the couple, a couple in the community, wouldn't it? Putting, oh, what's it going to be? Jess, what was you going to say? Nico said, I hated Shinsuke's new theme. But I think Trump will probably be there. That would be goated, said Nico. But back said, I'm here. Thank you, my friend. I've got Shinsuke down. Sami grabbing their heads. We're back from commercial. Thank you, King Yeti. These two chops, forearms. Jess said, my heart is Trini's, so buzz off, men. Oh, Keegan, I got some bad news, mate. Sorry, bud. She didn't let you down well. There was no beating around the bush on that one, bud. Nakamura, come on! Shot coming in there by Sami. Kick coming in there by Shinsuke. Bang, kick coming in. Lewis said no sound. Did WWE tell you no sounds? I don't understand what you mean. You haven't got sound. Nakamura over, ducking underneath, over the other side. Drop kick, down goes Sami. Nakamura's theme has barely changed, said TJF. Daze is all over the place, said Nico. Daze, get a coffee. I've had a coffee. Mate, I feel more awake than I normally do. I feel great. Kick coming in. It's actually really good because obviously I know what happens on the show, so I'm watching it and we're talking about it, but I know when things come up that I really need to dial into. So it's like having a superpower. It's great. Kicks coming in there by I do love his ring gear. I kept banging on about his ring gear earlier. I'm going to do the same now. Shinsuke has got Sami over against the rope. Sami over the other side. Bottom rope. Lovely. Springboard leapfrog. Mate, flip him, took his head off, mate. Took his head off. Bang! Shinsuke down. Sami going. He's climbing up. Wes said, Trini, please save some Lady Garden for the rest of us. Right, honestly, I think Tommy has come in and really lowered the mood. He's really changed the vibe, hasn't he, since he made those comments. Sami goes down. Josh said Cena's last match should be a marathon. First opponent, Lesnar. Then the whole locker room comes out and puts a finisher on him, said Josh. Why would we do him like that? Cena just gets taking everyone's finisher. Keegan said, my wrestlers in TNA and WWE are Hardy Boys and Undertaker. Going for the cover, but shoulder up. Colton said, are you from Australia? I'm not trying to be rude. I was only asking. Colton, I don't take that as you being rude, buds. I'm not from Australia. I'm actually from England. There are a lot of similarities, though. But no, the accent is a little bit different. I'm English. Sami over in the corner, looking for a haluva. Misses. He's gone and missed, didn't he? Silly Billy. Right now, Shinsuke up on that middle rope. We got a knee strike to the back of the heads. Sami goes down. Trini said, if they ruin his last match, I will rejoin Twitter just so I can complain. Sami down. Oh my God, that's amazing. Look, Jess just said, I was joking. Oh my God, Keegan, there's still a chance. Oh, let's go. That is great. Look at that. Oh. Keegan. Dude's a player. Yeah, man. Very good. Very good. Oh, God, it's better, isn't it? It's better when we've already seen the show and we kind of don't have to just watch it all the time in case we're going to miss something. Now we can just be a bit more relaxed. Love it. Bone said, the chat's entertaining. Well, I mean, there's people changing their minds and everything going on. Love it. Edward said, check, is Sean reporting it? Blimey now, check what's Sean saying? Let's have a look, see what Sean's saying. It looks like Sean's got a news story out. Probably not about some of the things that are happening in the chat, but I don't know. I haven't checked it yet. Where is he? I don't even know where he is. Sean Ross. I'm telling you now, if this is some news that we're already aware of, I will not be impressed. Yeah, if we've already spoke about it. Sean Ross Sapp, what has he said? He has said 41 minutes ago about the releases, and we already know. The hell? The hell's going on? You're meant to join this stream at the very beginning and then listen to everything we say. Yeah? That's how it works. And then that way we're all on the same page. These people jumping in late. Missing out on conversations that we've had. I'm too good for this place. Right, they aren't releases. They're contract non-renewals. It's a serious difference, says Mayor Pete. But they're leaving, aren't they? They are being let go. They are being released. So, like, they don't want to go. They would like to be renewed. So, you know, I don't see it as a massive difference. We want fresh scoops, and you just serve us cold slop. Are we back from commercial break yet? Are we back from commercial break? They're leaving either way, but one is technically a firing. Yes. But in a lot of occasions, both result in the wrestler going when they don't want to. I mean, what I would say is there's a big difference between choosing to not stay, like Zayda Steele. At least that's what she claims, right? And WWE not renewing or WWE actively firing you. Like, I do agree there is a difference between those. But I don't think there's a massive difference if you get released during your contract or if you just don't have your contract renewed if you wished to stay, because you are still leaving the company when you don't really want to be leaving the company. But there is still a difference. I mean, I'm not disagreeing, but I think a lot of these are people going that didn't want to go. We are back. Oh, God. Play, pause, play, pause, play, pause. Blimey now. We're back. We are back. Daze, you're off on that UK juice, says Wrestle Rants. I mean, I just had a coffee, that was all. I think it's because I actually feel fairly well rested. Which is weird, isn't it? Because we did an extra bonus stream. I don't know. Shot coming in there by Sami. Daze, all the women have got the same finishing move. The Shattered Dream, said Taker 1990. Oh, Shinsuke lands on his feet, looking for a knee to the back of the head. Boom, mate. Boom. Sami to the outside. We are back from commercial. Do Netflix only bleep out swear words that they understand, said Sam. Yeah. Shinsuke on the outside, rolling to the outsides. He's going over. He's grabbing Sami. Oh, yeah, I never mentioned that in the talking points video. It's not a big talking point, but no LED ring posts, no LED aprons, no LED barricades. Sami with a haluva, mate. Right in the face. Right in the mush. Big boot. And Shinsuke goes over against the barricades. This is all because of Tommy Toy Travels, the musical obsessed with notebook that winds Daze up. So it does wind me up. It winds me up a flipping treat. Because I sit there knowing that no one gives a flip. Sami gets in the ring. Knee strike coming in there by Nakamura. Deborah, welcome, my friends. Foot on the rope there by Sami. We're starting to cook now. We're starting to cook. Mayor Pete said, will there be a SmackDown's opinion after this? Yes. There were some great things that came out of this episode. Colton said, who do we think is going to win in the Street Profits fight? Well, it's obviously hard to have that conversation when we watched it earlier when we sort of know, so I'm going to refrain from commenting. Okay, right now we got Shinsuke going back to the corner. Sami getting up to his feet. Shinsuke is going to look to charge in. Oh, someone, I can't say anything. I don't know where you lot are. Someone has grabbed Shinsuke. He's got a hood. Slowly making his way up. Oh my God. Who's it going to be? It might be Vince. It's Tama Tonga. Tama Tonga's back. Tama Tonga. And there you can see Tala Tonga. And they've got the face paint, mate. Oh my God, they've got the face paint. Tonga lower, Tama Tonga, Tala Tonga, JC. Bang. And then murking Sami. Sami's getting murked. Shinsuke's been murked. It was a fun opening match. It was a good opening match. But it's been disrupted by the MFTs. Jesus. Edward said, you're a little bit behind. Well, that's okay. I can cope with being behind. I'd rather be behind than ahead. Plus, to be honest, we'll probably catch back up when we get to the next commercial break. Or we might even be a bit further behind. I don't know. But there we go. Anyway, at least we did not ruin anything. Trey Gaming is shocked. Trey Gaming is shocked. Why do I like? Said that is crazy. Ha ha. Mayor Pete said, I hope WWE does reaction clips and takes clips from the second watch along. All right. Listen, they're welcome to any clips they want. I don't give a flip if they use them, don't use them. Alison said, I love this channel. Oh, Alison, thank you. Alison, I really appreciate the support. Welcome. Yeah, thank you. It actually took me back a bit because, like, do you know what I mean? Someone being nice. Whoa. F-U Solo Chance. F-U Solo Chance as Solo makes his way into the ring. Alison, I'm going to subscribe to your channel. You probably don't care for subscribers, but I'm doing it. I subscribed, Alison, even though you don't have any videos. You've got one subscriber, and it's me. They look like clowns, said Shaquem. Okay, are we going to commercial break again? Okay, what's... I don't even know. We might have... I've pressed pause. I panicked. Boomers TV said, this channel sucks. I'm just joking. That's better. Balance. Right. Daze, anything different from the earlier show? I've not noticed anything. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Wrestling Days, I love the videos. Thank you, my friend. I don't know how to pronounce your name, though, and I don't want to butcher it. Alariwaju. Alariwaju? It's not even close, is it, probably? I've probably butchered it. And now you probably hate me. Oh, God. It's all gone wrong. I appreciate the kind words, my friends. Thank you. Welcome. It's an open door. This is not MFTs. It looks more like GOD, which I would like much better, said BB Yipsy. Yes, the Gorillas of Destiny when they were over in New Japan, which I don't have a great knowledge on, to be honest, but I remember there being a lot of talk about doing them against the Usos, and I still love that match. We should do that match. I feel like that, even if it sucks, would be a missed opportunity to not do Tama Tonga Loa against Jimmy and Jay. Daze, I like when they're doing solo MFTs, but I wish Solo was a bit bigger so his dominance felt more legit on his own. Well, listen, he came out second best in the feud with Roman. No shame in that, but I think he did get hurt a little bit too much. So can we find a way of building up his aura now that he's not in Roman's orbit? Yes, I don't disagree. Gothic Warrior said, I love the Unseen episodes. Well, thank you, my friends. I enjoyed gathering that together, that news together. It's going to be a stacked, news-heavy one tonight. I can tell you so much flipping news today. It's been a real day of news today. It's been a news day. Are you doing Bound for Glory on Sunday? Yes. I don't normally venture into the world of TNA. But we're gonna once again dip our toe into that lake. I just really want to see Leon Slater against Javon, to be honest. I do also think Trick Santana looks good, and I think Hardy's and Dudley's as well. So, I mean, card wise, it looks pretty good. So yeah, we're gonna dip our toe in once again, but it's not a world. Even I'll admit, not a world we tend to venture into too much. So. Nice, chilled stream on Sunday is what we're doing. Chilled. And then tomorrow, well, I'll say tomorrow, later today is when we're going to really, have a lot of focus on Crown Jewel. Okay. We're just seeing a woman scuba diving. We got camels. There's a woman smiling. We're seeing the sea and beach and a whale. And a vineyards, more women, helicopter, woman in helicopter. That was a great video package. Flipping love that. What if Jimmy turns and joins Seth, said Leo? That would be shocking. Edward said Lance Anawai has announced his departure. He was officially signed about a year ago. Bones. Hello, Bones. Hope you're well, mate. Do we think Zilla will debut in WWE? I think Zilla will make it to WWE. I'm not expecting him anytime soon. But, yeah, I think that Zilla has put in the work in. It's just a replay of MFTs. Yes, I've got that. Thank you. Tour of the Islands. Right now we've got, as we said, that replay. I do like the face paint on them. No face paint on Solo, though. Okay, we're backstage. Here's Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis and Drew. It's you and Jacob. Shot coming in there by Jacob. Jacob attacks Drew. Jacob and Drew. Aldis and Drew. Am I behind? Ahead? I don't even know where I am now. I got Jacob and Drew. Shots coming in. I thought they renamed Mateo's move. Weren't they calling it something other than Tour of the Islands? I only remember it as Tour of the Islands, but I could believe if they had changed it. Okay, here's Stephanie. Okay, next match. Here's Stephanie. Yes. We're in sync. That's amazing. I mean, we'll soon fall back out again, but... do you know what? We're 50 minutes into the show, though. I gotta say, this is going quick. It's not hanging around, is it? I mean, I don't feel like I've watched 50 minutes of Smackdown. I think Sami's going to win a world title at SummerSlam. Oh, I'm definitely down for that. You know me. I'm down for that. I'll take it at SummerSlam. They didn't change the name. It was Tour of the Island, says James. Stephanie on her way, said Eric. Keegan said, not a whole lot. I'm just watching Netflix and streaming Smackdown. I'm playing sports on a league. I'm one of the people that is Phenom of Miracle League Sports. Keegan, shout out to you. Taker 1990 said, when Tamatonga first appeared, I thought it was someone dressed up like Ghostface. Well, in a way it was. Here's Tiffy time. Here's a good pop for Tiffy time. Good pop for Tiffy time. Here she is. Tiffy time. What time is it? It's Tiffy time. You do see a fair few Tiffy time signs, to be honest. Tiffy and Steffi against Kiana and Julia. Let's go. Match number 2. Get your votes in for that Sami match. Get your votes in. When I saw it, I thought it was Danhausen for a second, said Mayor Pete. Wrestling Russ said, Tiffy really has slimmed down. Not that she needed to, but you can tell. Oh, Wrestling Russ, you was walking a fine line there, weren't you, eh? I think you did well there by putting that, not that she needed to him. I mean, you know what women are like, mate. Say anything like that, Jesus Christ, could have been a bloodbath in the chat. But I think you did a great job. I think you did a great job. Well worded, Wrestling Russ. Okay, they're down in the ring. We're just waiting for the opponents now. No. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. Julia. I'm not a massive fan of Julia and Kiana coming out together. I think Kiana should come out first and then sort of turn around and present Julia. I think them walking out together side by side looks a bit weird. I also hate her masks because I don't think that... I've got a bit of OCD about the fact that that mask that she wears, the eye seems to be about here. I don't think the eye covers her eye. I think it slips down a bit. So the eye is about here. So I think she probably can see out of it. But she's probably got to, like, move her head a little bit. I think the mask, like, slips down. What she needs... This is what Julia's missing. A tighter strap on her mask. That's what she's... Doesn't matter that she can't speak English, right? Or her English is limited. She just needs a tighter strap on her mask so that it just lifts it up because it's down here. Poor girl's trying to... Do you know what I mean? She's trying to find a way forward. She's like this as she comes down the entranceway. Perhaps that's why they've got Julia. Kiana's walking with her going, right, just keep going forward. No, take a step to your right. You are straying off to the sides a little bit. It's like, I can't blooming see. The mask, it's covering my eyes. Knee to the midsection. And we are underway. So, La Primera is in there with... a very tanned Kiana James. I mean, I don't know if that's a real tan or a fake tan. I'm going to go fake tan. Fake tan Kiana. Here we go. Devil's Kiss straight out the gate. Oh, my God. You got to give the look at that. And she's got, mate, there's some extra venom in that. That is one of the best Devil's Kisses I have ever seen. That is one of the best. She really was laying it in. Here she is. Here's Julia. Julia is in the ring. Julia and Stephanie. Hello, old friend. These two know each other very well. One more time. We've gone to commercial break. I got you. Daze, she looks great. And she looks great now, said Wrestling Russ. You're covered, you're fine. Wrestling, I just want to clarify, everyone. She looked great before. I think she looks great now. I don't think there's ever been a period where she hasn't looked great. She's constantly great. Rush, you're fine. I said you did a great job. Commercial said, Patsy. Commercial said, let him in. Tag match should be fun, said Nico. Have you heard the rumours of War Games? Yes, I've heard. It's been a big day for news. Well, we'll have it all in unseen. Where it said, Russ, you're in a lose-lose situation. If you compliment them, you got to watch how you say it, and then if you don't, they get mad for not noticing. 3 of the 4 look great, but blue hair, not so much, says Chris. Still no more names, said James. James is watching like a hawk to see if there's any more releases. There have been some releases. Quite low level, all things considered. Stevie Turner, probably the biggest name. I think that's such a shame that she's gone. She is the wife, isn't she, of... Is it Kit Wilson? I think she's with Kit Wilson of Pretty Deadly. Let him in said, Wes, it's easy. Just don't say anything negative about someone's weight if it's not an unhealthy weight. God, we've really opened a can of worms here, haven't we? I think we're just walking on thin ice, all of us. Daze, small detail. When Cody Rhodes was out, the table said main event, but now it says SmackDown. Wrestling Void, thank you. JD said, how excited are you for Crown Jewel? Very excited. Genuinely excited. I'm really excited for Cody and Seth. I'm really excited for AJ John, because I just hope it's going to be a banger. I'm looking for John to have banging matches. And I think legitimately against AJ, they can deliver. So, yeah, I'm excited for those 2 matches. I'm excited for Asuka and Kairi. I think there should be some fun in that match. And a bit of emotion. I'll probably cry. Don't care about Tiffany and Stephanie. That's the only match I'm not bothered by. And I think Roman Bronson should be fun. Street fight, not down on that. Mayor Pete said, I can't walk on thin ice. My weight would send me through it. Mayor Pete, don't talk about your weight. It's a touchy subject we can't speak about. Even if you're talking about your own weight, it's not worth it. You might get angry with yourself. It's not worth it. We're on thin ice as it is. I don't want anyone falling through. Boomer said, Omos returned an NXT live event. Cleveland said, you have to care about Tiffy and Stephanie. You have to. I just don't. I mean, I like Stephanie. I'm not a big Tiffy fan. And that match just has had a really rubbish build. So, of the matches, that's the one I'm least interested in. Plus, who gives a flip about the Crown Jewel Championship? We won't talk about it for another year. I do wish they hadn't let Isla Dawn go, said Jess. Alba Fire doesn't really fit with Chelsea, but it's a temporary arrangement, I believe. I think Isla just debuted in TNA. I don't know. I think she did make an appearance somewhere. Might have been TNA. Wrestling Days. Wrestling Days. Raheel, hello, buds. Days, I think Jay, face... soon. What do you mean? What do you mean? Jay face soon. Oh, faces LA soon. Got you. I'm with you now. Isla Dawn showed up at a house show for WWE occasionally. No joke. Aaron said, I think Daze has never been better at streaming. Not that he was terrible before. Daze, she showed up in AEW. Ah, Jess, you idiot. It was AEW. Imagine getting AEW and TNA confused. Fake fan. Guys, are we back from commercial break? I'm having to fill the silence by berating community members. She's in the Indies. I think she'll be back eventually. Daze, imagine if you had WrestleMania facing your favourite wrestler. Me against my favourite wrestler. I'd get murdered. Although my favourite wrestler is Stephanie. So, you know, that might mean that I'd have to have a devil's kiss. Oh, that's embarrassing, isn't it? That's my favourite wrestler is Stephanie, so... Oh. Go on, then. Kiana in the corner. I can't keep anything straight aside from WWE, said Jess. Daze, JC Jane is injured. Will she relinquish the title? It depends how serious the injury is. Okay, missile dropkick going for the cover. 1. Oh, yeah, ref checked. Love that. Check the shoulders. And he wouldn't count until they were down. Right now, we've got Julia pushing the side of the head. Stomped to the back there by Julia. Looking out at the fans. Fans applauding away. Tom Tonka is back. And that's why I said, yeah, said Keegan. Kiana needs to leave those purses at home, said Wrestling Russ. Oh, my God, Wrestling Russ, you're really going off on the women today. Apparently Tiffany's fat. Apparently Kiana's got no fashion sense. Blimey now. Tag being made. Here's Tiffy time. Clothesline. And again, charging over. Down. Oh, duck underneath. Clothesline. Boom. Down goes Kiana. Flashing the guns. What time is it? 2:03 in the morning. Oh, against the ropes goes Kiana. Picks her up. Spine buster. 1, 2. Whoa, kick out there by Kiana. Sol Ruka is fire, said Jess. We need Miss Parker, said Wes. My favourite wrestler is Blake Monroe or Sol Ruka, says William. Okay. Alabama Slam. Alabama Slam. Alabama Slam. No joy. No joy. Roll up. Grabbing the legs. 1. No, just a 1. Just a lonely 1. Hey, you lot scored that opening match as good 96. You said it was good 96. The earlier stream said it was great 62. Wow, you lot are really moody. You lot are just not... There's very little joy in your hearts. Earlier, they gave that great 62. You lot are like, good 96. Do better. Oh, look at that driver by Julia. 1, 2. Stephanie makes the save. The chat is giving out dating advice. Oh, really? Match just ended. What? Match just ended. Oh, I don't have the match ending. Do I need to skip forward a bit? Oh, God, I better. I think... Was I really out? What the flip? I'm nowhere near the end of the match. Mate, I was so far away. I'm flipping talk. Okay, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Match ended. I'll skip forward 10 seconds. Okay, we've got Stephanie and Tiffany looking at each other. Tiffy with the pin. Well, I don't know what happened there. I was absolutely nowhere near where you lot were. Nowhere near. I think I was watching a different show. Stephanie with a crossbody to the outside on Julia. Tiffy, prettiest moonsault. Kiana pinned. Okay, they go over to the Crown Jewel Championship. There's the women's one. Move over. Don't stand in front of the men's one. You're not going to win that. There we go. We're in front of the women's one. They hold up the title. They stare at each other. That women's title in the background. There's Sol Ruka. Sol Ruka, Zaruka. Charlotte and Alexa. I think I'm still behind. Jesus Christ. Okay, I've skipped forward again. I've got Alexa and Charlotte right now. Let's get a poll up, shall we? This isn't our first rodeo, says Alexa. I don't think you're ready for that lesson. If you don't think we're ready yet, prove it. Rude. Rude. But bolds. She respects bolds. Someone gave you an opportunity at one point. So it looks like we're going to get Zaruka against Allies of Convenience. I don't think... Did we ever find out when this match is taking place? I don't think I know. Oh. Not on the same page. They just bumped into each other, silly billies. Oh, God damn. Now they've gone in different directions. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Oh yeah, mate. OG Street Profits vibes. I'd have B-Fab come dressed out as like a giant red cup. That's what I would have. B-Fab come out as a giant red cup. Old music. We're at commercial. We're at commercial. The flip. Which when? Where? When? How? What commercial? Street Profits making their way down. Okay, this looks like where we go to commercial. We're on the steps. We're doing all this. Guys, it might be a Street Profits stand now. They better not split up. They better not split up. We're jamming. Dun, 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 dun. You're about 20, 30 seconds behind. Well, but that was a disaster, wasn't it? Sometimes we're in a good place. Sometimes we're well out. But it's okay. We're trying our best. I think we applaud the effort, don't we? Daze, we're at a break. I'm here vibing. And you lot are watching commercials. Daze, you are blooming hell in any language. I love it. Nico, shout out to you. David said this main event is going to cook. Daze, don't pause anymore, said Wrestler. Why? Why? I don't know. Am I going to be in? Am I going to be out of sync? I don't know. Please and thank you, said Keegan. Daze, this is the first day of the shake-up. It feels different. I don't know. This show might already have been in the bag, mightn't it? I don't know that when they did the shake-up the other day that they wrote this show after. I'd imagine this was already pretty much planned. But I think it's felt a bit different recently anyway. Bum, bum, bum. Regarding rumours of creative reinvigoration on SmackDown, Fightful Select has been told that the creative hierarchy and structure has been the same. WWE was happy with the early buzz of SmackDown in Australia. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, they're English words, but I don't understand what put together it means. Does that mean, what does that mean? Does that mean they've not changed anything? What does that mean? I'm gonna have to go and read this story, even though it's gonna be a bit dull. Fightful selects. Fightful Select, what are you saying? Show me. Are we back from this commercial break yet? TNA title holders, New Orleans contract clauses. Number we poked to is pleasantly surprised Santos Escobar was back. Fight 4 about Cedric Alexander. Triple H missed the occasional show. There were Facebook claims about Brian Goetz, CM Punk as being successor. This isn't true. Cash flow, documentary season, don't care. I don't flipping know where this news is. I mean, I'm going to have to put that in unseen and go, I don't know what this means. Guys, here's something. Here's something, and I don't even know what it means. Regarding rumours of creative reinvigoration of SmackDown, Fightful Select is told that the creative hierarchy and structure has been the same. So that means nothing has changed. WWE was happy with the early buzz of SmackDown in Australia. What does that mean? Well, I don't know. Are we back? Am I back? Promo now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Where are we? We are at WrestleMania. Fast forward about 30 seconds. Well, where are we? I've got a shop advert. QR codes for the shop, not Wyatt 6. We're back from the advert. Right, I've got Vegas. King Yeti. Shout out to you, my friends. King Yeti firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. Really appreciate that, buds. We do 3 streams a week. It's actually 4 this week. Yeti, very kind. Very kind. Nico said, big 2 months. Gotta start somewhere. Totes. Okay, I'm looking at a cave. I'm looking at the sea. I'm looking at a train. I'm looking at some people. Old people. That one woman, she might be dead now. There's Aleister. Daze, what's main event in this show? A match. A match. Skip forward 30 seconds. Oh, Jesus. Okay. We got the Profits in the ring. We're at the Wyatts now. Okay, hang on. I'll skip forward again. Here we go. Wyatts. I've got the Wyatts. Dun, dun, dun. There's the rocking chair. There's the lantern. Things break, they shatter. Details matter. Only a friend. Only a friend. I don't know the words. There's only guys. There's no howdy. Oh my God. I'm not the same. Don't touch nothing, said Wrestle. Okay. The lights in the crowd look like they spell fiends. Are you all right? Where can you see the word fiend? Daze, you're almost caught up. Just stay there. I ain't touching a thing. You don't need to worry about me. I ain't touching a thing. Yeah? Jess said, Daze, you always give fun, upbeat vibes. Jess, don't hit on me, thank you. You've already tried it on with about 6 different guys in the community. And that's just on this stream. Black Onyx said, when is Nikki gonna wrestle? Well, listen, it might be today, but it isn't because it's a tag match and she's not involved. Big Time Baxter said, Daze, I'm bummed out that Stevie Turner got let go because her and Robert were very entertaining duo on Evolve, and it's a shame that they never tapped into her as a wrestler. I agree. I don't know if she didn't pick up an injury and that's why they had to move her over to being a GM. Mario said, Daze, you've got the voice of an angel. Thank you, Mario. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Look, we've got Loomis being chucked on top of Gacy. Aaron said, you don't want to miss or touch a thing. Goated song. Goated. Where is Howdy, said Bearded Dragon. Having a sleep. meeting some kangaroos. Where is Bo? No, literally no one knows. Whoa! Mate, into the barricades. Goes Gacy. Goes Loomis. There is Nikki. She's backed over against the barricade. She's looking over at Dawkins. Doing all this. We got another commercial break with the flip. We were on the outside, then bang, they were just all in the ring. So that has got to be a commercial break. Commercial break. Mate, I was on it. Did you see I was on it? Because they were on the outside, and then all of a sudden, the next scene, everyone was in the ring. And I don't know that they can do that in real life. So it must have been a commercial break. Rob said, I love that Aerosmith song. You don't want to touch that thing. You don't want to touch that thing. Even when it winks at you. The greatest wink will never do. I'll miss you, babe. And I don't want to touch your thing. It's a great song. It's a great song. Marcus said keep playing. I can't, Marcus. If I do that, then I'm going to end up on next week's show early. It's picture in picture. Don't pause. I've got to pause. They were all outside the ring, and then literally a second later, they're all in the ring. I mean, that's not how picture-in-picture works, is it? I've got to pause. Listen, as soon as we're back, you tell me where we are. We'll catch it back up. I love that song, said Wrestle Rants. People stop saying commercial when it's picture-in-picture. Jess said it's a love-hate relationship. I've got a love-hate relationship with these commercial breaks because I don't know whether I should be playing or pausing or what I should be doing. But everyone was out the ring, and then literally a moment later, they're all in the ring wrestling. I mean, clearly there is some footage missing, which I've got to imagine was the commercial break. I'm shocked that Priest against Black is main eventing, said Brony. James said, Daze, what's the difference between William and Usyk? Usyk loves knocking people out. William loves knocking one out. I mean, that just strikes me not as a joke, but as a fact. Keegan said, Jess, are you mad at me? Oh, my God. Just like Triple Nose, Daze has got his favourites. Oh, my God, what's going on? What's happening? Some of you are turning, and all I've been is lovely. I tried AI and I asked where I was. They couldn't find me. Oh, what? You asked AI where you were and they didn't know where you were. Really? Hang on, I'm going to try that right now. I think we're still at commercial, but I've got a good relationship with ChatGPT. Where am I? Where am I? What does it say? Where are you? In what sense? Are you looking for a literal location or is it more metaphorical? Metaphorical. I want a metaphorical answer. So you feel like where are you in life? Are you at a crossroads? Are you trying to figure things out, or are you just floating along? I think I could have so much fun with this. I think I'm floating. Floating. Kind of drifting without clear destination. That can be peaceful, but disorientating. Do you feel like you're in a place where you're letting things happen, or more that you're just waiting for things to happen? Oh my God, this is like therapy. This is like flipping therapy. Guys, if ever you feel lonely, just have a chat with ChatGPT. Jesus Christ, I've learnt more about myself in the past minute, than I have in the past 10 years. Are we back yet? We are. Right, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what's happening with Smackdown. Right, are we still watching the Wyatts? Right now, I got Montez up. Shot coming in there by Dexter. Montez slumps down. We're back from the split screen, said Patsy. Foot on the ropes. Yes, said Wrestling Voids. Okay. Right now, we've got, what about this double blockbuster? BFAB down. Oh, my God. What about the double blockbuster? Double blockbuster? When does BFAB go down? Oh, jeez, Louise. We've got all these people cheering. 1, 2. Foot on the rope. Did you get foot on the rope? I've got Nikki Cross. Oh, now B-Fab grabs Nikki into the ring steps. B-Fab turns around. There's Rowan. Rowan is standing over and she's like, whoa, hey, whoa. Now Nikki on the steps looking at B-Fab. B-Fab down. B-Fab down. So you was at B-Fab down. Now I'm at B-Fab down. Okay, Montet. Rowan down. Okay. We need to fast forwards. I just got to B-Fab down. Dawkins over the top. Rowan down. It's over. What? The match is over. Jesus Christ. Okay, I've skipped forward a little bit. Match over. I've got that bit. Okay, it's over. Yeah, no, I'm there. Okay, well done. Great match. Wyatt 6 picking up the victory. Wyatt's win. Yes. Okay, so you lot said that second one was good 97. Now we're going with match score for this. Match scores. Restaurant said MFT's in the ring. What? I'm not at that bit. Spoiler. That's a spoiler. Oh my god, guys. The Insane Clown Posse has shown up again. Look at this. There's still no howdy. Okay, so JC is staring at Dexter. Tala is staring at Rowan. I'm here for Tala Rowan. I am so here for Tala Rowan. I am so here for Tonga Loa against Nikki Cross. Here's Solo. Solo's got him. Solo looks over at Rowan, looks at the big man. Nikki steps up to Solo. Look at that. She pushes her boobs right into his chest, right into his stomach. She's like, have some of that. And he's like, let's go, lads. I can't cope with this woman putting her boobs on me. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Okay, so the Insane Clown Posse is getting out the ring. Nikki is right in Solo's face. Solo backs away. I'm looking for him. MFTs are back. You're a banker. You're a banker. There we go. Wyatt 6. Message received. The names are the clowns, MFTs, said Shaquem. Nico staring down Solo. Love it, says Sally. It was powerful, wasn't it? I think it was interesting how he goes over to Rowan and kind of acts like Rowan is the leader. And then Nikki comes in and is like right in his face. Okay, are we backstage with Mello and Miz? Or are we at commercial break again? It's not making sense with the MFT, said Dilemma. How come, but we're looking at last Friday. Patsy, thank you. Thank you. Miz interview, right. Okay, I was about 10 seconds or so behind. I've got the Miz being interviewed by Catherine Kelly. So Catherine Kelly is chatting to the Miz. Bo has got to come back, said Nathan. Okay, so the Miz is just talking right now about Mello. Kathy Kelly looks really upset, doesn't she? People are saying you're the spotlight stealer. Winners can't elevate every loser. Mello, you missed. Oh, everyone's like, oh, what? What? There we go. The Miz always listing his accomplishments as if anyone cares. The Miz has had a 20-year career and not a single match being above 4 stars, says Brony. Is this the setup for Bo to come back as a Fiend or something similar, said Nico. Corey said, I'm going to get my peanut butter, Corey. Do it. What the MFTs tonight is so much more interesting than what the Vision has done, says Dr. Lucha Lala. WWE for Life said, turn the strobe lighting off for the Wyatts. It's just a way of milking money from a dead Bray Wyatt. It's sickening. Do you not see it as his work being continued, though? I mean, obviously, his brother is the driving force behind it. So I would imagine that Bray would be approving. I mean, if I was to pass away and my brother wanted to carry on my work, the work might not be as good, but I would still support him doing that. Do we not think that? They are clowns. They no longer the MFTs, said Shaquem. Got to clip that Daze singing. Don't want to miss a thing. It was a really good rendition, actually. The Gorillas of Destiny face paint has got me so excited to see where this goes. Shayna joining Solo's MFT with the face. That would be sick, actually, BB Yipsy. We're seeing John Cena. New MFT figures come in, said Defcon. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. They would look quite good as a set. Commercials, what the flip? I swear to God they're putting in more commercials. We didn't have this many commercials earlier. Okay, I've got a black screen, so I'm at commercial now. There we go. I've paused it. Okay, right, Daze. I heard Aubrey's request and constant messages about Ronda returning has turned true. Ronda is in the main event tonight. No spoilers, please. There was supposed to be new figures coming out, but Tommy stole them all. Oh, the beach. Good point. We know he's got a problem. Keegan said please and thank you. Rob said, hey now, Miz is a damn treasure and we should put respect because he deserves it. Lol. I don't know that the lol at the end kind of reinforced the point you made before. Lol. Jess said it's a fun go home show. Keegan said that's what I'm trying to tell Daze. What are you trying to tell me? I'm here. It's a tribute and it's good with the right storyline, says Bones. We're at commercial, said Bishop. Keegan says, we go, Jess. What? Keegan, what are you trying to tell me? I'm here, I'm listening, I'm all ears. Robbie said, how can they make MFT so much more interesting than the Vision so easily, aside from Solo still being auraless? Felix wants more mellow. Smackdown is good, says Ashy Boy. I'm going to go Ashy. I go Ashy Boy. I feel a bit more confident with that, but I'm probably still wrong with the pronunciation. Stuart said, do you like Richard Ashcroft? Love Richard Ashcroft. Well, to be honest, I love Urban Hymns, The Verve. It is one of my all-time favourite albums. And when I went to see Oasis play, Richard Ashcroft was the support. So if you've never heard Urban Hymns, the album, well, you've never lived. Days, when you... Oh, it's gone. Nico, we were so close. Solo versus Nikki should be a good match. Did you hear about the figures stolen by a YouTuber? I don't think it was a YouTuber, was it? I think it was, wasn't it an Instagrammer? They might have been on YouTube, I don't know. I love it. I fully support it. I think it's hilarious. Right. There we go. There's some people being driven around Perth. Every day. Ah, there's a little animal. There's some people drinking wine. They've probably got a problem. There we are. There is a clock, some tunnel, the beach, old man. They've got it all in Australia. They've literally got it all. Daze, you've been all over the stream. I'm literally at the point where Black and Priest match is about to start. Jess said, Keegan, what are you on about? Yeah, Keegan, what are you on about? Wrestler, I'm trying to tell you something. Why do people keep saying I'm trying to tell you something? And then I'm like, what are you trying to tell me? Guys, if you want to tell me something, just put it in the chat. Madison Daze, will you please groan my husband? What does that mean? Madison, what does that mean? What does groan your husband mean? We're back, said Jeremy. We're back from commercial, said Bishop. Jess said, I will swiftly block the lot of you. Whoa. Whoa, let's not listen. We've all had a drink. Oh my God, we've all had a laugh. It's all been lovely. We're back, said Anthony. Dr. Luchar said several people watched earlier and they're not spoiling it. And I respect that. Yeah, respect to people that have not put spoilers in. Respect. Because I think by and large, it's actually been really good. Do not post spoilers, said Taker 1990. I hate commercials. They make me angry, said Gothic. Patsy said we're back. Mate, right now I've got a Crown Jewel preview. Please and thank you, says Keegan. Yeah, but Keegan, what, you haven't said anything else? You've just written the words please and thank you. Felix said salute. Salute. Madison said, my husband woke me up. That's why I want you to ground him. Oh, well, what did he wake you up for? Madison, I need to know the reason. If it's a good reason, then I think it's acceptable. Do you know what I mean? If he woke you up for a bit of... then I think that's fine. James said, I saw a report earlier, and oh my God, I hope it's true. Man United might get the Belieber deal done in January. I hope it's true. Jeremy said, thank you for no spoilers. Okay, are we at the start now of the main event? Because I have got literally just that Damian Priest's music hit. Yeah? Edward said, Crown Jewel cut. Oh my God, I think I might be ahead. I might be ahead. I've got Damian coming out right now. All rise. Madison said no. No. He didn't wake me up for that. He woke me up for dinner, and the dinner was not for me. Okay, yeah, no, that's bad. That sucks. Okay, Madison's husband, you are definitely grounded. Yeah. If you're going to wake up your wife, there's like about 3 acceptable reasons. And, you know, making them make your dinner and then not even sharing it is not one of them. So, Madison, I'm very sorry that you went through that. I'd imagine you're regretting your marriage now. Here's Damian. Nathan said, Daze, I wonder if we get QR codes and videos to get... Nathan's deleted it. Rocksteady said, Daze, I heard Howdy is away getting Braun to deal with the MFTs. Now we've got Damian. Oh, Jesus Christ, down my head. Okay, let me skip back. Damian's coming out, says Patsy. Thank you, Daze, said Madison. Madison, you're welcome. I'm so sorry that you're being mistreated. I think it's appalling. That is grounds for divorce, says James. Jess said, Daze was nice at me for the first times that I watched, but since then it's just been a lot of fighting. What have I done? I ain't done nothing to you. Plumbing out. Hang on. A moment ago you put, I'm going to block you all or something like this. Yeah? And now, all of a sudden, you go, oh, Daze was nice to me at first, and now he's all being off with me and all this kind of... You're the one that literally just said you was going to block everyone. As your boy said, I think Liv comes back. Is this what you wanted to tell me? I think Liv comes back and tells Dom, I have been using you. And Dom says, who? And Liv says, it's Finn. Oh, what? So she reveals that she's been getting it on with Finn Balor. And so Dom turns face. And he's had his heart broken. Perhaps he could go back to Rhea. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? He could go back to Rhea. And we could have Mommy and Daddy again. Daze, I wonder if we will get QR codes and videos again. Well, it'd be nice if we did. The men are in on your bit that I'm sleazy and I'm not hitting on anyone. I haven't said anything. I think we've touched a nerve. Jess, do you want me to make it clear that you're not? Guys, I want to make this very clear because we've got a very disgruntled community member. And to be honest, I need the views. So I can't afford to lose a community member. So Jess is not sleazy. Thank you. Yeah? You've got the wrong impression. So can we just get this straightened out now, right? To be honest, I think it's Keegan's fault. I do remember him kind of, making a few moves earlier. And I think maybe Jess just was, got caught up in it all. So, Keegan, yeah, shame on you. And also, Jess, I've made a very public statement there. So that should sort things out now. Right, so my hands are clean. Once again, I will get into heaven. Okay, here's Aleister. He's coming down with a nice new mask. Leo said, this is funny that my wife is trying to get me into trouble with... Leo, is it you? Oh, Leo. I don't want to lose you as a community member as well. Can we just say that Leo is actually not a bad husband? I actually think Leo... God, there's been a lot of drama on this stream. Leo, you're probably just misunderstood. I'm sure it was just a miscommunication, but... I'm sure it was just a miscommunication. Guys, I think you're all great. Leave a like if you haven't left a like already. Appreciate it. Don't forget to join us for our Crown Jewel stream tomorrow. It's going to be really good. We're actually back in about 10 hours' time, just saying. Bones, shout out to you. Nita Nitro said, these American streams are a bit wild. I know. Blimey, no. See, this is what happens when everyone wants me to pay more attention to the chat. I can, because I've already seen this show. And then everyone starts getting a bit upset. Brody said, Keegan William told me that he's going to ban you if you send a message saying that Bill Goldberg runs rings around Bryan Danielson. Okay, I've lost commentary. Right now, this match is underway. We're at the main event. Catherine said, geez, there's more drama here than on Ramsey Street in the 90s. I know. Okay, right now, Damian over by the ring steps. Anthony said, if you rewind as Aleister comes down the ramp, he is beginning closer to the beginning. He looks scared. Oh. Here we go, steel steps. Boom! Down goes Aleister. I think I'm going to have to pull an all-nighter. I won't get up in time if I go to sleep, says Nico. Wrestling fan said, already under the ring with kendo sticks. I've got stairs now. Have you lot got stairs? I got stairs being used with Aleister Black going down. I got Damian with a kendo stick. Boomer said this stream... Oh, God, now I've gone to a black screen. That means commercial. Okay, I've paused it. I think I'm at commercial. Guys, I'm still trying to desperately bring you a quality stream. Wrestling Void said, why was I put in a timeout? I'm just trying to tell Daze where we are. Oh, God, now we're getting people timed out. Jesus. I don't think I'm cut out for the streaming. Oh, God. Daze, I meant the little girl in the audience looks scared. Okay. I feel like that little girl right now. We appreciate the effort, said Lone Star Friend. Thank you, my friend. This is the best time that we share with everyone, says Leo. Leo, I think you're a great husband. Daze, my husband woke me up to make dinner. He made macaroni and cheese and Polish sausage. I bet he did. I didn't want that kind of Polish sausage, and now he won't give me no dessert. What's going on? What's happening? Why have I got married couples talking to me about Polish sausages? I just want to stream Smackdown for the second time. That's all I want to do. I mean, I don't even know if I should be happy or sad for you. I don't know. I don't know if I should be angry. I don't know if it's an issue that's been resolved. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, can I just say Polish sausage is actually quite nice? Not talking about a Polish man's penis, thank you. Thank you. I know where your heads go. I've actually been to Poland and enjoyed Polish sausage, and it was actually lovely. Yeah. So, but, you know, I can understand that if you woke up, Madison, and you didn't fancy it. You know, I can understand that. Rob said pulling all-nighter. That could lead to some chafing. Justin said no sausage for you. Oscar said, Daze, how you doing today? I'm doing good, thank you. Patsy said you're doing great. I think it's gone very well, Patsy. I think it's gone very well. Daze only has eyes for Williams all-American sausage. Daze like Polish men's sausage. Noted, says Corey. Do you know what? I'm just going to go with it. Are we still at commercial break? Will this show ever end? Bishop said, Daze, tell us the truth. I've told you nothing but the truth. Yeah. This is like me being in a courtroom. You've had nothing but the truth from me. You could definitely tell that it's a Friday night and a lot of people have either been smoking something or drinking something with some of these chat comments, said Nico. Keegan said, I'm going to go off for a bit, but I'll be back. I'll see you guys on the PC. I'm going to be back for a bit. We can't handle the truth, said Dark Clouds. William says, lol. It's all good, Wrestling Void, said Wes. Brony said, I'm only on my 7th can. Okay. Are we back? Yes, people said yes. Does that mean we're back? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even know when we're back now. I don't even know what's happening. Where are we? Oh, right. I've got Aleister on the outside. This should be getting easier, not harder. I got a kick coming in. Daze, you're like a supply teacher. Yeah, I know. It does have that vibe, doesn't it? Like I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. Let alone someone that's been doing this for like 7 years. Okay, Damian has just thrown Aleister into the barricades. Steel steps in the ring. Okay, Steel steps in the ring. Okay, Steel steps in the ring. We're back from the ad break. Yes. Yes. We're back now, said Bishop. Okay. Right, now we got Aleister over against the ropes. We got Damian coming in. Patsy said we're back from commercial. Okay, driving him back. Knee strike coming in. Okay, Aleister right now going up middle rope. Damian. Big boot coming in. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we're cooking now. We're back in. Right now, we got Aleister grabbing Damian, looking for a power bomb. Boomer said the stream's gone off the rail. No, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, Damian goes face first into the steel steps. The Beach Kevin said, now Aleister's in the ring. Aleister's been in the ring for about 5 minutes, you boomer. What do you mean now he's in the ring? Right now, we got Damian. He's going to look for a choke slam. Knee strike coming in there by Aleister. Aleister goes up middle rope. Double knees. Damian goes onto the ring steps. I wonder what they're going to do with Damian next, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Damian just went into the steps. Back first. Yes. Okay, I'm there as well. I am there as well. Mate, we're back on track. Look at this. Okay, right. Aleister has got the ring steps. Ring steps into the center of the ring. I've got them turned up on their sides. Damian, sign in the crowd, says, bring back Jim Johnston. I'm glad they gave this match some time, said Nico. Keegan said, why all the hate when it comes to me? No one hates you, Keegan. It's all bants. Okay, Aleister, straight into the ring steps. Double knee spot. Oh, hang on, I'm not there yet. I don't think I'm there yet. Priest on the steps. Back in the corner. Jesus Christ, I don't know where we are. Right now, he's got him up looking for a razor's edge. No joy. Aleister gets back down on his feet against the ropes. Top rope down. Damian to the outside. Right now, Aleister going up. Moonsault. Oh, misses Damian. Damian picks up Aleister. Into the steps. Into the steps. Okay, Damian into the steps on the outsides. Priest goes face first into the steps. Okay, he's getting smashed into the steps. Oh my God, Mercedes has arrived in WWE. Aleister on the outside, over by the timekeeper's area. You called it earlier about all the adverts. Here we go. Damian. Oh, boom! Okay, Aleister into the commentary table. He goes down. Oh, I really like the spot on the steps, which I'm not sure if that's even happened yet, said Mayor Pete. I don't know what's happened. Oh, my God, now they're both back immediately in the ring. That's a commercial break. Both out the ring, yeah, but both were back in the ring. Like that. Right, that's where we're at, said Dot Sluch Lala. We're back at commercial. The Beach said Aleister is still up and walking around. Okay, I'm at commercial. I'm at commercial. I'm staying at commercial. Even if you're not. Okay, Black Onyx is at commercial. Who's had a better career, Drew or AJ? Drew. This has been decent, said Wrestle Rants. Now Aleister's on the announce table. Right. Jeremy said picture in picture. James said that's a tough one. Spartan, hello. Hope you're doing well. Wrestling Void said, Daze, don't pause. I've got to pause. Oh my God, I got dust. I got to pause. Because they were outside the ring and now they're all back in the ring and I didn't see them get in the ring. So that must mean that that all happened during commercial. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to make it. We've done well. I think people haven't really noticed the issues. Dave's knocking that. Do you know what it is? I keep putting my hands around the back of my chair and there's a bit of dust on there. So when I come and do that, it goes. Daze, I'm trying to tell you. So, oh my God, just tell it me. They're outside the ring now. Well, I'm at commercial. So I've pressed pause. And we'll just deal with it when we get back, okay? As soon as we get back from commercial, we'll just deal with it. Where is AJ Lee? She is at home looking after Larry. That's where she is. Azure Boy said yeet. Well, that's what you wanted to tell me. Yeet. Hug for Days. Slow your heart rates. I know, but the flipping commercials are killing me. Mayor Pete, shout out to you. The Beach Kevin is at an Arby's commercial. Shout out to you. Anthony said, I've got both commercial and double screen. Oh, someone's bragging. Anthony, shout out to you. Unpause. Well, I'm not going to unpause until we are out of picture in picture. And then we'll just see where we are, shall we? Jeremy said, we've done great tonight. Well, we've done our best. We've done our best. Black Onyx said, we're back. Right, okay. Right now, we're back. I've got Aleister down in the ring, and I've got the referee counting. Yeah. Damian in the corner. Damian grabbing a kendo stick. He's going over to Aleister. Aleister's on his hands and knees. Damian, boom, with the kendo stick. And again, we've got Damian going back to the corner. We're back from advert. I like watching it earlier, said Tony. We're right there. Perfect. Right now, we've got both of them walloping each other with kendo sticks. We got Damian Priest. Bah! Big boot, big knee by Aleister. Damian goes to the outside. Aleister goes down. Don't touch nothing. Wrestle Ranch, you're not the first to say that to me. Damian Priest goes to the outside. Aleister Black down in the ring. Keegan said, you guys are my friends. I'm trying to enjoy wrestling and I want to be good friends with everyone. Well, Keegan, officially you are. As Damian goes down to his knees. Triple H only knows how to book factions. Bad guys. Brony said, you're ahead of me. Oh, I've been told not to touch anything. Should I go back 10 seconds? Damian out the ring. I've got Aleister out the ring. Right now I've got Aleister. He's got his hands on his knees. Head down. Damian in the background. Right now he's looking over. Some guy's doing that. He wants a fist bump. He didn't get it. Embarrassing. He went like that. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Aleister just looked at him and grabbed the chair. Shot coming into the midsection. Felix said, Damian goes to the corner again. Say Damian goes to the corner again. It's so funny. What, when Damian goes to the corner again? Well, he's not. He's on the outside. Chokeslam, edge of the ring. Damian with Aleister. You're right on time. Okay, right now we've got Aleister up in the air, Razor's Edge. Damian taking him round. Bang! Commentary table doesn't break. Let's go. Let's go. I feel bad for these streams, but not too much. Because easily could have said, F the Yanks, watch it by yourselves. Well, I just love everyone here. I love the community, and it's just a pleasure to spend this time with you. Even if this stream has been a cluster fudge. Right now, we've got Aleister answering the call. Razor's Edge on the table, said Jeremy. Don't worry, if I am a little bit ahead, I'm not going to say what's going to happen. I won't ruin anything. But he's got up Aleister Black. He's going to do it again. He did it again. Razor's Edge again. Jeez. Sign in the crowd said, thank you, Davis Storm. And I don't even know what that means. Referee is counting away. Let's go. Razor's Edge on the table. And it still didn't break, said Dr. Lucha Lala. The crowd are counting along as well. Aleister once again gets his feet on the ground. Damian comes over, grabs Aleister, drags him over into the crowds. Okay, we've got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. WWE for Life said Nia Jax attempted to murder Jade Cargill. Gothic Warrior said, I can't believe that Crown Jewel is at nighttime in Sydney. I'm fuming. Ashley Boy said, Daze, I just told you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right now, we're over in the crowds. Crowd are very excited. It was a match. Accidents happen, said Tony. Going in the crowds. Trying to get him on the higher platform. So slams him over there. I'm not going to really be saying much. There's been some really big spots in this good match, said WrestleRants. Leo said, my wife and I share Monday, Tuesday and Wednesdays watching wrestling days. We simply love this. Oh, Leo, I knew you was a good guy. This is what I said earlier to your wife. I stood up for you. I was like, nah, he's good. She was like, oh, he woke me up and caused a load of problems. And I was like, nah, I know Leo, he's a good egg. I'm pleased I said that now. Damian is on this platform with Aleister. Oh my God. Oh, I can't say anything, can I? King Yeti said, I'm trying to tell you. Yes, no, I can say something. Zelina's here. Zelina's here. Look at all these planted people, clearly planted in the front row. Look at the green hair woman that's just flip it. I don't believe her reactions. First of all, she hasn't got a phone. Real fans would have a phone out at this point. And she is so OTT with her shock. I ain't buying it. Plant. You're a plant. You were put there by the company. And that guy with the beard, look, he's not even really focused on his phone that much. Here's a plant. Yeah, all of them are plants. Plants. That hot flipping, about 6 or 7 of them in the front row are plants. Defo. Defo. Fire! We just had fire! In the face! A fireball! Damian goes to the outside, crashes to the floor. Referee counts. I don't think he's going to make it. Oh my God, Zelina has joined forces with Aleister Black and the bell has sounded. Oh my God, the game has changed and they've done that in front of these fake fans. Zelina and Aleister. Oh, what? What does this mean? The game has changed. Dude, big ending. Big ending. Another husband and wife team. Yes. There she is, look. There she is. With her husbands. Is that the real Madison and Leo? Is Madison and Leo Aleister and Zelina's alter egos? I'll let you decide. Daze, Ethan just had an open challenge for the North American title. It was answered by Trey Miguel. Thank you, James. Zelina and Aleister against Seth and Becky soon, for sure. Decent show tonight. Fun chatting with you guys. And I'm excited for Crown Jewel tomorrow. And by tomorrow, you mean we start that stream in 7 hours. There we go. Damian has got a burnt face. He's got a burnt face. There's Zelina and Aleister. They're going back over. To do what? Oh, I didn't hear what he said. I didn't hear what he said. Right. Oh, pretty decent. 7.5. Oh, we need to do the rating, don't we? We need to do the rating for that match. Good night, you crazy wrestling fans, said Darom. Guys, don't forget, we're going to be back watching a show in a bit. A show that we haven't even seen before. It's a brand new thing for us. We're going to watch a show that we have not seen before in a few hours' time. Let's get match scores. And then I need to run away, do Unseen, do the opinions video. Maybe get an hour or so sleep. I don't know. I don't think I will. I'm going to bed, said Anthony. Anthony, good night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. David said, is this because of new writers? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they've been trying to make improvements anyway. It might be a bit soon to bring in new writers and, you know, come up with a show like this. I think this show might have already been in the book. Zelina, they might have made a little tweak though. I mean, maybe Zelina being put with Aleister is part of the new writers. Thank you, Dr. Luchalala. I still want Festa, said Black Onyx. Spartan says, everyone loves to get some unhealthy food. Who doesn't? Probably why they show 1 billion commercials on WWE shows, trying to get you to eat more and more. Wrestling Void said, you forgot the match card. Oh, yeah, that went out the window, didn't it? Midday here in Brisbane, said Daryl. See you in 7 hours. See you in 7 hours, buds. Will Priest have Lola make a special appearance? Well, I believe she did send a tweet out after the show. Zelina gave Black the fireball and stole that from the original Sheik. The greatest heel ever, said BBB Yipsy. Ashley Boy said, Daze, I need to tell you something. Ashley Boy, I'm ready. I am so dialed in. There's going to be no distraction from me. I am ready to receive whatever your message is. William said, I'm going to go and play some Xbox. Wrestling Void said, I'll see you in about 8 hours. Mayor Pete said, those fireball spots always look dangerous. I'm ready. I am ready for anyone's final thoughts. Gonna get a light nap before Crown Jewel, said Cleveland Brown. Shout out to you. James said, oh my God, just effing say it already. Christian said, Days, I've set my alarm clock for 5:50 for Crown Jewel. Countdown is on at 6. Well, I believe we will have been live for at least an hour before that. There's not loads that goes down on the countdown. It's just like interviews, whatever. But yeah, it's still a bit of a distraction, isn't it? So for us to have any kind of final conversations, I'm going to need to make sure that we start before that. So we will start an hour, at least an hour. I might even start, if I decide not to go to bed, I might even start earlier. So we'll see. These nuts, said King Yeti. Got him! I've been trying to tell you something. These nuts. Edward said, you're way behind. The show's over now. Oh, jeez. Are you telling me I'm out? I've just got Cody coming out now. Wade Barrett just said Seth Rollins is a wanker. I'm at that bit. Look forward to Crown Jewel, said Christian. Yeah, same here, but should be good. Should be good. They've said, thanks for the second stream. I enjoyed talking Roman history. Keegan, see you tomorrow, buds. Dark Angel, shout out to you. Boomer said the stream will end shortly. It really will. I've heard that rumour. So, great, 54%. Good, 42%. And we are just... There we go. So, it's come out as great 59. Earlier, they said the main event was great 63. So, actually, very, very close. The early stream and this stream both really enjoying the main event. Right, Taker1990 said, doesn't UK use the word wanker? We do. And actually, it's really offensive. So, thankfully, I've not said it. Right, as your boy said, Daze, I think Dom is going to say sorry to Rhea. And then they face Liv and Finn at SummerSlam. And then... Have you seen the War Games rumours? But that would be next year, wouldn't it? We're past SummerSlam now. So it could happen, but that is a little bit down the road. Uncle Howdy was at Whataburger, said Spartan. Taking the orders. That's why he wasn't around. Makes sense. Right, there we go. We are done. I'm going to run away and work on Unseen, and you'd better watch it. Don't you dare go to bed. You better wait for me to record that video and then watch it. But no, I mean, I'll see you. I am going to do that, by the way. But I will more than likely see you on the next stream, which is really not far away. So thanks for watching. Appreciate the support. Hope you had fun. And I will see you in a bit. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.